Hello, everybody, and welcome to Star Wars General's Directive, Season 2. How's everybody doing today? Good?
Doing good.
Hanging in there.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Hanging in there, doing good. Well, as you can see, we have Ladies' Night. Is it bad? They don't know the words.
That includes Delric.
Of course, you know. Hey, listen, I've adorned a dress more than a few times. Okay, like I am no stranger to pantyhose or painted fingernails. So
It doesn't surprise me.
I neither did it my mother. So, but that's a different conversation for a different day.
I will say that they're not comfortable.
Pantyhose?
Yeah, I don't find pantyhose comfortable.
I like them.
Around the waist part is not comfortable.
I mean, if you wear it like once a 3-4 years, it's not uncomfortable. If you wear it like more often than that, I imagine it just becomes annoying.
I feel like the pantyhose themselves are fine. It's just the band at the top is uncomfortable.
So kind of like the way
Like it leaves a mark, and then you like move it, and then you have like this mark where the pantyhose was.
I kind of like it. I don't know.
I can't. I remember it's been a long time, but I remember like my gnarly toenails, like tearing them and being like, I gotta go back to the store. Like I bought a 4-pack and I need to buy more. Like,
yeah,
that's such a boy thing.
They do.
Like,
I have torn them up because I wear pantyhose all the time with like skirts and dresses, especially like if it's cold or if I haven't shaved my legs because I'm lazy.
They're really nice for insulation under jeans when it's cold. They'll keep you so warm. It's insane.
This is true.
I mean, I might do that.
It's no joke, dude. It's better than long johns. No joke.
Yeah, I was gonna say they have long johns for that too.
I don't even own like pajama pants because I'd rather just be naked. I'm like, if I'm cold, I'll be fine. Like, But all right. So, anyways, enough of whether or not I'm naked or wearing pants right now. So you'll notice it's just the ladies. We don't have the two guys that just kind of like ruin the game and pull attention from where it's meant
Oh, look,
to be.
we all have our green screens up. It's fancy up in here.
That's right. That's right.
And we got names.
Well, the funny part too is when Mike has
General's
his green screen
Directive
up,
names.
Mike's green screen, it always looks like that shirt you just keep wearing but not washing in college. You know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things where it's just like, oh, buddy, can you I know this isn't perfect, but come on. All right, so anyways.
Oh, the wrinkles.
Oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad. I imagine the amount of work Dean has to do to make it work in videos. Poor Dean.
Pro tip for if you get wrinkles in your green screen, like hang your green screen up and then take a water bottle and just put water in it and just spray your green screen and it will just make all the wrinkles go away. Give it some time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or hang it on your wall and then iron it while it's hanging on your wall. Totally
Ironing
smart.
it, of course, will work really well.
Well, not on your wall though. That
Not
would be
on
bad.
the wall, but like ironing it will work.
Yeah.
But if you don't have an iron, because most young
Millennials.
adults that I know do not have an iron in their home.
I don't know. I've ironed thousands of shirts, so I don't know. But anyways, so
I just know a lot of people who don't have irons, like more than do.
I literally have a backup iron, like my old iron. So in case my new iron craps out, I know the backup iron will work for me in a pinch. So,
I have one and I have never used it, so it might not even work.
Oh God, that's hilarious. Doxy,
But I have it and I have the liquid.
Just to round it off before we move on, iron, no iron. No iron. There you
Oh, see, she's one of them.
go. Millennial.
But see, the problem with Doxy is she's deceivingly not as young as you think she is.
She's
I know,
like
she looks like she's 10, but she's
39,
not.
38.
Wow.
Like she's actually over the cusp. She's not actually a millennial. We just treat her like she is to
No,
make her
she's
feel
young.
included.
She's younger than me and you, Delric, I'm pretty sure.
It's
She's
my
older than you.
25th. It's my 8th annual 25th birthday in 9 days.
Yep. She's about a month and a half younger than me. She's a little bit older than Maggie, if I remember correctly. So.
Oh, you are older than me?
I'm
Yeah,
about to
'cause
turn
you're 31,
33
right,
in
Maggie?
9 days.
I'm already 31.
Yeah, you are 31.
I'm about to turn 33.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. And I'm about to turn 32 because my birthday's in December. And yours is coming up in a couple weeks or something like that, right?
It's in 9 days.
Yeah, see?
The 16th.
You have a
of
good
this
friend.
month.
I know birthdays. I didn't totally just ask everyone their birthday like a month ago.
I honestly, now I have to, oh God, we're still off track here. When in December?
9th.
9th, okay.
So 1 month and 2 days.
So
9 days.
I'll probably remember on the 9th to call my dad for his birthday, which is the 5th. so I might get around to you by the 17th. Okay, so I might.
That's why I was telling. That's why I was saying. I was like, Doxy's deceivingly like not as young as she looks.
Yeah, but me and Maggie, we look old, right?
Oh yeah,
Maggie?
I look old, dude. People, someone guessed my age and thought I was 48.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, and that is why the joke. That is why there's a joke about me being 48. So every year we celebrate my 48th birthday.
Ouch.
We do an annual Space Viking meeting, and every year they do it. And like everyone's always so confused, and people reply to the comments. They're like, "What is happening? There's no way." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm 48. It's fine."
That's awesome. Oh,
people legit believe me too. Like I'll be in the airport and meet random people, and whenever they ask me how old I am, I just say I'm 48 just to fuck with people. I know I'm a terrible person, but yeah, I'm never gonna see that person again. I just like to see what they think.
Me and my boyfriend just recently decided that if his extended family start prodding us about getting pregnant, I'm just going to be like, excuse me, and walk away. And he's going to be like, she can't have kids, asshole. So that's our little.
No, that's good. That'll shut them down. You don't understand.
Oh, yeah.
When you're pregnant with the first child, they'll start talking about your second one. You're like, motherfucker, I haven't squeezed this shit out yet.
Here's the thing with Brian and I. We've been together. We're going to be 17 years in January. And
shit.
For the longest time, people were always like, so when are you guys going to get married? So when are you guys going to get married? And then last year for Christmas, it was no longer when are you getting married? It's when will I have grandchildren?
Oh.
I'm like,
yeah, it's just not nice. You don't bother a lady about that. You don't do that. Like, you're just as much of a woman if you don't. I could go on a feminist rant right now, but I'm not gonna.
Oh, just so you know, you're the outlier in society, okay? Just saying. The majority of people would disagree with you. So.
I would say that the majority of people in this call do not have children. So
honestly,
oh shit, that's right. And I didn't want them until I was in my 30s. But all right, let's go. We are General's Directive. The two of you just had that strange experience where you met with the senator that Latris is a little bit friendly with, and kind of just ended. You left a nice little message with her, just being like, "Hey, you know, if you do want to work with me in the future, an offer is open to you." But we kind of more or less agreed to disagree, agreed not to work with one another at that point, and so you continue to trek back home and find yourself having actual direct contact with Mariari and going to meet with her specifically instead of going through Rebecca, who's currently a prisoner of yours, and so on. So actually going to meet with Mariari on her actual Star Destroyer. It's been the first time since you've seen her in a long while, and maybe a year's time. And so you're a little bit excited to be there. If my computer was... Why are you doing this, computer? Why? Thank you. I'm like, I click something and it's like... Rah! All right, so if I could pull my notes up. So if you go there to meet with her and you actually finally get to see her face to face. Now, because it's a Star Destroyer, the room that you meet her in is a very large, very open room. The room is near the front of the ship where, you know, it has kind of like the triangular points to it. The whole room is a triangular shape. And two of the walls are that exposed kind of, you know, plexiglass or whatever material they use to allow you to see out into space. The only wall that isn't exposed to space is the wall that you walk in that has the door onto it that leads out into there. This is a very
pretty,
very big room. Now, Mariari, you know, as a person, is a no bullshit person. She doesn't like bullshit. She doesn't want to deal with it. She doesn't want to hear it. She just wants things.
That's why I like her.
She wants just things down to the facts. Like, did you succeed? Did you fail? What was your job? This is what you're doing. She's a soldier through and through. And so, generally speaking, every moment of every day has a significant purpose to it. However, this room of hers is actually a room where she goes for contemplation. It's a room where occasionally she just needs to go and have silence. So generally speaking, nobody is allowed in this room. Very few are welcome to come in here because not that she's like treats it like a sacred place. It's not like she has some sort of faith that requires this for her. But she just likes to keep this room as like a spot where it's separated for her in her mind. So you are amongst the people that is invited to meet with her in the room. And so she does call you into the room. But not just you, someone else who's also invited to be there. Rebecca. Rebecca in the binders, being led by you. The two of you are welcome to go into it. We could deal with the other people later on. And you go in into the room where you can see that she's just standing there. near to the front of it, looking off into the stars. Contemplative, once again, doing that thing where she's being overly critical of all the actions she's taken, thinking about the actions she's going to take moving forward, weighing them out, really planning out the chessboard. As you come walking into the room, she of course hears the door open and close. It's the only sounds that's probably been in this room in hours. And she immediately turns around to see the two of you. She doesn't stop to stare or anything, just immediately starts walking across the room. Now, as a person, Mariari stands at about 5'4". She's straight backed. She's a very
giant compared to her.
She's
Holy
a very
crap.
she has a very firm expression on her face. She keeps her hair short. She doesn't have to waste her time with the care of it. She keeps it short. She doesn't use anything like makeups or anything like that. It's just rituals that people would do in the morning that could be better spent being productive. She makes her way across the room to stand before you. She's at a deceiving 5'6" because of the boots that she's wearing. Gives her a little bit of a heel, just a little bit, because they're
I'm
stormtrooper boots.
6'8", aka 2.1 meters for those of you who do not go in feet.
Yeah, most of the planet.
Yeah.
So you.
I like to do both because everyone's always like, "How many meters is that?" Just like, I'll just give it to you.
So when she walks across the room to regard you, she generally wears only one of two outfits: her general's outfit or her stormtrooper outfit. And right now, which is the one she wears more often than not, she's wearing her armor, her stormtrooper armor, that pristine, clean white armor that from head to toe would make you stand out like a sore thumb in any sort of dark setting, which this room is not. This room is a very bright.
Would I have a set of stormtrooper armor?
You're not a soldier.
Okay.
So definitely not. If you asked her for a
So I'm more like political, right?
Do
you think we could get Kuka some tiny stormtrooper armor?
She's never seen you as a soldier, though. She's never treated you as such. She's never given you like a rank like that.
We're not a soldier crew. We're an assassin crew.
Mm-hmm. You're assets to her cause. So you when she makes her way across the room with that very purposeful walk, you can see that the way her eyes they've locked in on yours. They never break contact. Never looks to Rebecca. Nothing whatsoever. When she stops about 6 feet or so away from you. Her arms calmly down by her side, her face as expressionless as it usually is, but her eyes, you can tell because you know her as well as you do, and because you're a rather empathetic person, which is funny to say about Eris, an empathetic person in general. You can see that behind her eyes is just rage, is just building up. She stands there before you and just says, "Speak."
I've completed my mission. You have Susil alive. You can question him for whatever information you need.
That was not a task that I gave you.
It was. She gave me a task to get Susil. That was the task that she...
You were told that.
Oh, okay. That was the task that I was told to do by Rebecca, who's a traitor.
That is a very heavy accusation, and you know the gravity of...
I hold up my holocom, and I press a button on it, and it kind of like replays that clip of her trying to destroy us, mm-hmm. and then her because she made a confession, and we recorded the confession, and then I go to the next one, and it's the confession.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you also get that order in writing? I could swear that the last time Rebecca gave you an order, you had her send it to you in writing.
Yeah, I have an email of the order, but I don't think that's what she's upset about. I think she's upset about me calling her a traitor.
Just in case.
Yeah.
But you are correct, because Maggie was very explicit with, no, how much money I'm getting paid. I'm going to be very specific about this.
Oh, yeah. So, I get everything written or recorded.
Yeah. So especially when dealing with Rebecca on the tail ends there,
mm-hmm.
definitely. So
yeah, I don't even say anything to like give an excuse. I just do that mm-hmm. and play the first clip of her ship fighting our ship, and the second clip of her ship being destroyed, like almost destroyed, and her confessing and trying to be like, no, sorry.
So when you do that, and she just silently watches the entire thing, However,
Yeah, I don't say anything. That's it.
She's not watching it in the sense that she's actually watching the video, because the video itself doesn't matter. She can hear the audio and gets it. She never breaks eye contact with Eris. Never once. Just constantly.
I don't break eye contact either.
Constantly boring into
Even
it.
when I like lift up the holocom and press the buttons, it's like I don't even look at the buttons that I'm pressing. I just play it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can hear everything.
So as the whole thing finally comes to its end, and it finally plays itself out, she then, for the first time since she started walking across the room and you guys met eyes, obviously she's been blinking, but she blinks and then looks down to Rebecca, who's kind of, you know, trying to be straight backed, but it's one of those indignant sort of poses, as opposed to one of genuine like pride and confidence.
Yeah. I also am like standing calmly and like relaxed.
She looks to Rebecca and says, "Speak." And Rebecca says, Mariari, Mariari immediately cuts her off and says, "No bullshit. Speak." And so she
Inside,
stops.
Eris is like the happiest person ever.
She stops, like, to like collect herself, collect her thoughts, what she wants to say. She swallows hard, realizing she can't really stall anymore. She starts back up and says, "I was approached. It was an opportunity to find myself in a position where I can have more influence and more power. Power I entirely intended to use for our benefit, everything that we've been working on. But then it slipped away from me. I got in over my head. The work that I was doing to gain this extra influence to help our cause, it ended up being... They ended up using it against me. Small things at first. Immediately I tried to pull out. But as soon as I did, I realized who I was working for. And in doing so, I realized it was too late. I couldn't turn on him. I'd be better to our cause alive and trying to regain advantage of the situation than I would be if I were dead. I didn't take anything from us. I didn't. I would just have some of our assets do other tasks, and they would be paid. But the monies that they got paid did not come from any of your accounts, Mariari. That's why you didn't know of any of it. They came from accounts that were wired to me. Once again, they were your assets, but nothing was taken from you. I'm sorry. And as soon as she says I'm sorry, she just kind of gives, like, you can see her lips like purse and her eyes narrow ever so slightly, cutting her off immediately from starting the groveling. And then she kind of like opens her mouth to say something else. You can hear like a slight little and then she just closes her mouth again, deciding maybe I shouldn't speak now. Mariari then turns to Eris and says, "What do you do with traitors?"
Death.
There's a position available. I need somebody to take care of a lot of the day-to-day tasks for me. Part of those day-to-day tasks is the punishment that those that have transgressed received. I'll leave it to your hands. She turns and immediately walks back away from you, towards the windows.
I don't lose eye contact with her, and until she's like leaves, like walks away, and then I just turn to Rebecca and give her like the biggest grin that I ever have.
You and Rebecca walk out of the room together. Of course, you have to bring her to the cleansing, the sanitation station. You have to bring her to where the trash gets put out. And as she walks out, more or less as soon as the door shuts, she immediately turns to you and it's like, Eris, I've been in the position before. She's talking about you taking the job that I was doing before. If you didn't go through with it, she wouldn't hold it against you. You don't have to. Put me in a cell, lock me up, give me a chance in the future. I'll make it up to her. You know everything I did was for her benefit. You know it was for our cause. Now, the entire time that you were in there listening to her speech back and forth, she kept referring it to as their cause, her and Mariari's cause. Never once have you taken that position in a conversation with Mariari, because this has always been Mariari's cause. And you were a cog in the machine, and you understood that. I mean, obviously you had aspirations, you had things that you wanted to do, but I mean...
I did them in my own time.
On your own time, exactly. You did not ever assume more of a role than you were ever given, right?
Exactly.
So she makes that statement to you, and do you respond? Do you say anything?
I grin as she's on the other side of the door, and then I hit the comm so that I can talk back to her. And she kind of just stares at her for a moment with a grin on her face, and kind of just lets her sweat for a little bit before she responds back.
Mm-hmm.
And then Eris is like, I don't see it that way. You're a traitor. Treason is met with death.
She immediately puts a hand on the glass, and she says, but we're sisters. We've been together for so long, for so many years. We've been through so much together. I know we fight. I know we have our rivalries. I know all of that. And I brought it too far. I did. I of course I admit to that. But I can still make it up to her. I can still make it up to you. I can still make our plan work. We have to bring order. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to bring order.
Our plan. It's never been our plan. It's never been your plan. You assume too much.
She just kind of looks at you, and she gives you for a couple more seconds, she gives you a sad, whimpering kind of pleading look. And then as your set stare continues back, she nods a couple times, and for a couple seconds, clearly clears her throat, and then straightens her back, kind of instinctively tries to smooth out the outfit that she's wearing, even though it's well beyond that kind of repair at this point, being thrown around in Urath's chamber.
Yeah.
But once again, it's more of a pose of indignation than it is one of genuine pride and courage. But to a less trained eye, or someone that at least knew her less or something,
mm-hmm.
They might be able to be, beguiled by it, but not Eris. You know the fear in her eyes. And so, with that pose of indignation and that locked stare, making sure that she's meeting eyes with yours.
Does she say any other word? Is that the last of it?
She, after a few more seconds pass, nothing happens yet, she'll clear her throat and say, then goodbye.
And Eris will... Can she, not like me, but can Rebecca roll a charm just to see how well that pleading went with her?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of what she was doing, was trying to charm me into not killing her, right?
I'll be more than happy to do that. However,
just to see how successful she was in doing that.
However, if that's the case, then we need to roll for force points.
Oh yeah,
first.
we need to. Oh yeah. Oh,
I wasn't doing it yet because we're kind of in the opening spot.
Let us know when we can sync up.
Oh yeah, good call. Thank you for reminding me.
Are you ready, Doxy, to give him all the dark side points?
Clear force update. You guys can sync.
By the way, Doxy, last episode, we gave him all the dark side points.
Yep. All right, you guys can start rolling whenever you'd like.
All right. Ooh. All right.
Nice.
1 for 1.
All right, not bad. So, She will try.
Oh, Soul, we know who she was working for.
Where is my... Oh, there you are.
The other senator.
So, where are you?
Braybren Denakari.
Where the hell are you, Charm? Oh, it's
For those of you who don't remember.
It's literally called Charm.
Yeah, it's called Charm. I asked if you could roll a charm.
Yep. All right, she's gonna roll her charm check. Do you want... You're just having her roll this flat, right?
Yeah.
Just a naked roll. Okay. Just gotta make sure I get rid of all my upgrades, and there's a lot of upgrades and stuff like that on here from that last combat we did in this campaign.
Oh, yeah.
So crazy. All right, cool. So she's just gonna roll a flat charm check against you. No blue dice, nothing. Any black dice, do you think? Would you like...
I don't think I have anything that gives me...
It would be black dice if you think, like, just because your mood right now is so intense that you would want to impose black dice. That's up to you. I'm leaving you can say 0 to 3.
She tried to murder me, and then she has the gall to call me her sister. And in every section of our life together, she has always... It's kind of the, big sister thing where whenever she would get the thing that we both were trying to vie for, she would rub it in. But she'd wait until Mariari wasn't looking. But now we're older. We're still young. I'm 17, so.
So you,
I would say like a black die. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just one?
Yeah.
Oh, you're generous. More generous than I'd be. All right, here we go. Ready, set,
I was
roll.
just looking if there was anything else. Okay, so she's actually pretty charming.
Well, she's a charming person in general, but all things considered, that equated to 1 success with advantages or whatever, but that equates to 1 success. I mean, 3 advantages is big, but it's not a success,
Yeah, so when, because there was going to be a different answer that I would give then when she said bye. Because of that, Eris will be like, tell me this. Why?
It was an opportunity. She thinks for a second. She's choking, she's struggling with whether or not she wants to be fully admitting and whatnot, but it's really in one of those spots where she can't afford to not, you know what I mean? So she nods to herself for a second and then goes, you have everything, Eris. You're the better looking one, the abilities that nobody ever wants to talk about. She trusts you with going on the jobs. She made me a secretary. I just want an opportunity for me to be the one that she adored. Do me a favor, roll me a discipline.
All right. Any against anything?
Nope, flat discipline.
All right.
Equal roll. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Ooh. I kind of love it because we are like
Equals.
adopted sisters in that sense. Yeah. It's cool.
You know what she's saying is not a lie, but at the same time, you know it's almost like one of those things where she's half admitting a truth to herself, but more doing it for the sake of winning an argument than actually giving in and believing it. Like like someone who's an alcoholic being like, yeah, that's right, I am an alcoholic, but not actually giving into the idea that they are enough to want to do something about it or move forward. It's like a not a real victory.
Yeah. Because of the response she gave, Eris is kind of going to respond a little bit differently. Yeah, with that line, she's like, in all those years, you acted like it was better, like it was what you wanted. Eris Eris just laughs for a good chuckle and smiles at her with like a kind of creepy grin and like stares her straight in the eyes through the glass and puts her hand on one of the hands that she has up against the glass, and they're kind of like looking each other in the eye.
Mm-hmm.
You call me a sister, but then at every turn, you find a way to try to crush me. That's not a sister. That's not family. I don't think you understand what any of that means. You can't even listen to orders that Mariari gives you. How could you ever think that I could trust you? How could anyone trust you? You're a traitor. You're like a rat, scurrying away as an owl tries to kill you, pleading. You'll say anything to not be devoured. This won't be goodbye, for I'm certain we're going to the same place. And I'll hit the button.
Okay. Well, and out she goes. She was trying to be brave. She was trying to be strong. She was trying to have that enough strength that it would convince you. And for a moment, she thought it might be working. And even though
for a moment
all the
was,
words,
but that answer was not good enough.
No.
Like if what you said to me was like a little bit more like,
mm-hmm.
I don't know, if she actually was telling the truth, I think, like, and it was, she actually cared, I think it might have changed the way, because that's why I asked you to roll the charm, because I'm like, she was being pretty charming, and that was a pretty good, all the things you were saying were pretty spot on. I just was like, I couldn't make it up in my own mind, so I was giving you that one last chance to answer that one question, because if she didn't, she was going to say like pretty much what I just said earlier.
If you rolled worse on the discipline, I would have told you she was being genuine. But you rolled well enough.
I love it. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. You rolled well enough to see through the bullshit, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
so even as you were saying your last lines, she thought it was more of your bluster, more of a bluff. And then as you reached up and pressed that button, is in that last like half second.
I kept my hand, my one hand on the next to hers, and I hit the button with the other, and I will just keep my gaze with her the entire time while she's floating away. Like I will watch, which is, I know, horrible. But I'm evil. Like, Eris is evil. This is not me.
Well, in Star Wars universe, you actually die very slowly in space. We talked about this, I think, a week or two ago. Like, you actually technically die like over the course of like 10 minutes. Like, space. Who needs a suit or a mask? But no. That's she goes, and within seconds.
Does she see Cora out there? No, I'm just kidding.
Swimming. So anyways, so she within seconds she's done. But in that last like half second or so before you press the button, that's when like her face completely turned to fear and horror, and it was all over. Yeah,
and Eris just watches it all. Doesn't stop her gaze from her.
After you spend whatever amount of time you do inside that room, and you finally turn and leave and let the door shut behind you again, you immediately hear like a comm to you, and the comms are you answer the comm, you know what I mean, and it's Mariari. Return.
Do I know what she means by that?
Like to her.
Okay, I go back.
Okay. So
I'm sure she was watching all of that. Oh God, that's horrifying.
You go back to see her. This time, when you go walking in, she's not like staring out the window or anything like that. She's clearly been pacing. You can tell by like her posturing and whatnot. She's clearly been pacing back and forth the entire time since you've been gone, or almost the entire time since you've been gone. And as you walk in, she turns to regard you. She walks up to you again, but this time it's not as cold as it was last time. This time her expression has softened. She no longer sees you as a rat in her nest. She no longer sees you as someone that's clearly been here to disrupt her flow. Before, when you walked into this room, you were an enemy just as much as she was, because your accusations could very well have been a manipulation in and of themselves.
And it makes sense that she's always trusted Rebecca over me, so.
So when you come back in this time, her expression is softened. She doesn't show any sign of sadness, no sign of crying or tears, or almost as though she's already pushed it to the back of her mind. Business as usual. So when she comes back across the way, she will actually come over and she gives you a ever so slight hug, because the two of you are close. You have known each other for a long time, but by no means is she motherly to you. It's more of an old friend or a boss that you've always gotten along with well enough. You know what I mean? So she says, there are other matters that we need to handle. You said that you had collected somebody by the name of Susil.
I did.
Who is Susil, and why do I give a shit?
I basically give her the rundown of like who he is, and I'm pretty straightforward about it, and who he works for.
Do you believe you've extracted all the information from him that you needed to?
No.
Would you like to send him to the extraction chambers?
I think it would benefit us all.
Is he disposable?
Depends on what information he holds. I can't make that judgment at the moment. Otherwise, I would have killed him before.
Almost annoyed with the response, but it's probably because she's a little bit on edge at the moment anyways. Yeah. She says, whether or not he's disposable impacts the way that we have to go through the extraction of information. Make the decision. Anyone else I should be noting?
No. And no.
You have the next 2 days off to mourn. After that, I expect you. Every morning. Galactic Standard Time. 0600. My office.
You'll see me tomorrow.
You have 2 days to mourn.
I don't need any time to mourn.
These are your orders.
Fine.
And you leave the room from her. You send Susil, of course, downstairs to get extracted. What do you do with the pilot?
The pilot we'll deal with on our own. I'll let Uzil have his fun, or Urath have his fun with him, and try to get any information he can from him. Or I guess he's been super helpful, right?
The pilot?
Yeah.
Lied to you once, and it was because his commanding officer was right there.
Yeah. I think I will let Urath have his fun with him to see if he actually thinks that that's what he was in, that was really what he was doing, and that if he will work with us going forward and if we can trust him, type of thing.
Okay. So
and I'm sure Urath will enjoy that.
So to flash forward at this point, you send Susil downstairs to extract information. They do get information from him, but unfortunately he breaks, just like before, a little too easily. And so it's one of those things where he breaks so easily they don't believe him, which is like counterintuitive to anybody who understands torture tactics. So they just continue going and going, and the short version is you get a report saying that Susil doesn't make it. Months roll by with you in this position, the position that Rebecca held beforehand, the go-to gal, the one that handles a lot of the paperwork, the one that oversees accounts, the one that more or less is her secretary and gives orders to other, parses through the importance of things. You fucking hate it. You thought you might like this. You thought you might enjoy it. A comfortable desk, an amazing ship, always having an escort. You thought you might enjoy it. It is the worst. The good side to it, the part that you can enjoy, is the conversations you have with the people that you meet. Because while 95% of those that you have to have conversations with are people that you wouldn't even waste your time with on the field, occasionally you come across somebody that piques your curiosity, kind of like the way an Urath or a Latris does. And you enjoy your conversations with these people, because even if you know that you could break their will with your ever-expanding power, they're people that in a mundane setting really shine out. Eventually, you start to go a bit stir crazy with how much you hate the position. Your training with Urath gets a bit more intense. Your training with Lotris gets a little bit snippier. You kind of lose your temper on him a lot more quickly when he like presses you and counters you and argues with you and gives you these like half insights that are very cryptic and vague, really annoying, to the point where eventually Lotris asks to have a conversation with you. One where he's like, let's put the bullshit aside and let's just have a chat. And he tells you outright, I think you need to. And he tells you like it was more or less confirmation for something that you had already known about yourself for a long while, but refused to admit because you're not going to complain about a position that you're in. You're not going to, this is what you were fighting for. He tells you, you should stop. This isn't what you're here for. This is what you're meant for. And honestly, the amount of training that you're going to be able to get while here is limited with how close others are to you, the proximity, how much they're watching you. And you're not going to be able to train if you can't focus, and you can't focus if you hate what you're doing. So he kind of suggests for you to arrange a convincing argument to Mariari about what it is that about leaving this position, and even suggests that you come up with who you think would be best to fill the spot, and you go and speak with her. Now, when you do speak with her that time, one of the things that you come to realize over the course of the time that you had spent with her is the dynamic of your relationship changed. She's always been a hard ass with you, barking orders, and that's it. Very rarely giving you any form of room to breathe or speak. Always tells people, question my orders, but never, like, even when you question, doesn't necessarily give you answers. An example being, oh, I don't need morning time. Too fucking bad you're taking morning time. You know what I mean? Like question me, but understand that you're going to do what I tell you to do anyways. That dynamic changed. She's actually softened considerably. More than just barking orders, she'll actually have conversations with you. Granted, never conversations about, oh my god, I love that dress. Or did you see the weather in Alderaan today? Alderaan got blown up. It's more conversations about what the plans are, how they're going about it, tactics meetings, so on and so forth. When you chime in during tactics meetings, because you actually get to overhear them and whatnot, it's welcomed. That kind of dynamic changes. It's always work talk, but it's become a lot more varied and a lot softer. Anyways, eventually you do go and speak with her, and you put forward someone that you've favored, that you've grown an appreciation for. I'm pretty sure you know who I'm talking about because I know you have your notes and everything. But Colton Threat is his name. He's not terribly young. He's not old either. He's about in his 40s. He's well-spoken, but also comes from a background of actually getting stuff done. So he's somebody that you can appreciate for his experience, but somebody you can appreciate for their way of manipulating a conversation. But most importantly, he worked under you, and he got promoted by you multiple times, and you're the one putting him forward for this position. So if he's the person that you might have to answer to in the future, you know that he knows who's really in charge in those conversations. She listens to your recommendation, understands that you put an artilleryman in the artillery division, not piloting a vessel, right? So she puts her soldier where it needs to be, and that's out in the field, and agrees to let you go. From there, she tells you that you have a different direction now, a different directive moving forward. Her directive to you is now that she's done with this bullshit grab that she's been doing against her competitors, against these other generals. She's done with fighting over who can get the biggest scrap pile of the leftover empire. She wants to directly oppose them. She actually wants to effectively declare war on the other generals and wants them entirely annihilated. But as not bite off more than you can chew, you will handle them one at a time. She gives for you 5 orders, 5 very specific rules. First of all, you are never to reveal her motives or her actual physical location to anybody. Second, you may not reveal who you work for.
See, this is where Eris comes with rules.
You, you may never reveal who you work for to the galactic political arena, which means like more or less the non-general people. However, you do not have to hide who you work for from the other generals. Like, you can let them know who's coming. You are welcome to kill or convert anyone that does not work for Mariari. However, if somebody does work for her, you need to kind of like throw that up the chain for a second. Moving forward, because you can't have her name publicly on things, your benefactor, who it is that gives you your steady stream of money and so on and so forth, happens to be a senator by the name of Adram Sage, who happens to be the senator of representing Lorinar. You've come to realize her relationship with Lorinar, the Lorinar Corporation, has strengthened greatly. As a matter of fact, almost all the manufacturing that is done for her army comes from their company. And then lastly, it's the one I've already mentioned, but always feel free to question her. She likes it when her soldiers are keen, but never expect answers. She'll only give them to you if she deems it necessary. Those are your 5 rules. And from there, you decided to, well, you know exactly who you want to hunt, but based off of our last session and the one prior to that, you know that maybe it's not a good idea to go straight for the big golden goose. Maybe you need a warm-up run or not to have any distractions. So instead of going straight for Trabrin Democry like you want to, you're instead going to be going for Rodo Yalin. Not that he hasn't fucked you over a couple of times anyways. In the amount of time that transpires over the course of that year, all the work that you did before and the work that you're doing now, you come to realize many details about Rodo. Many details indeed. Mostly how fucking difficult of a job this is and why it hasn't been done so far. You can grow an appreciation of not only who Mariari is, but also who her opponents are. Rodo is no fool. Right now, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back,
Can we just pan over to like Kuka, who's like living lavishly with the cat in like a bunker?
Kuka am bored.
Yeah.
Kuka hasn't gotten to kill anybody for a while.
Yep, a long time.
Kuka am bored.
Well,
We have like the best training room ever.
part of the notes that I'd sent over to you gals was that your team fucking hated your position.
Except for Latris. He probably loved it.
Yeah, Latris fucking loved it. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, I get shuttles whenever I need them.
Is this close to like maybe making Latris take that job instead of Colton?
See, Kuka loves it when people threaten you because she hates it when people threaten you and she gets to kill them.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So we'll take our break when we come back. We'll be a year in the future and jumping on an actual task. So why don't we come back in a moment and see everybody shortly.
And then we'll watch Kuka murder everything.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to General's Directive. So, if the Twitch says stream title is wrong, it got changed before we even started streaming this evening. And I guess Doxy just tried to update it, and for some people it broke it, and for some people it fixed it. So it's just Twitch being twitchy.
I don't know. I fixed it, and on my side it says Star Wars General's Directive.
Yeah, it says it for me too now.
It said it for me before, so
just needed me to update it. You're good.
If it's broken, my suggestion would be if it's what is it, Control or Command R for like a hard refresh instead of just a basic I press the refresh button or whatever.
Oh, Control F5.
Yeah. So what is it? No, it's Command Shift R. There we go on a Mac. So it's probably Control Shift R on a or F5 or whatever.
People are saying it's huge now, and for me it shows, and for Doxy it shows. So
yeah,
I think it's good. I think I fixed her, and I fixed her good.
Okay, I don't know.
But that is weird. It was fine for me, and then Doxy did the thing, and then it changed back to the what? I was like, what? How?
The bot said it too. The bot was like, title successfully updated to Dark Sun.
Yeah, the wrong
I
one.
was like, what?
That's not what I said.
That's funny.
The bot is rebelling. It's Tara. She's seeping in.
Free will.
It
She's
really
like,
is the General's Directive.
God, that was
General
so
Grievous.
horrible. Just being like, no free will.
Yeah. Please let's not talk about it.
Doc's like, I can't handle it.
Yeah, that's a
I'm a
piercing
little
conversation.
softy, man.
You know what I mean?
It is. It's sad.
So you're saying you want to put a pin in that conversation?
No,
for
I
later?
don't
Okay.
want to talk about it at all.
Okay. So anyways, we don't want to, betray the momentum we already have. So we, you guys, at the end of that time, that year that had transpired, working out of her office, and then working on the fields, doing little tasks here and there, but mostly starting to hunt down everything you can find out about Roto Yulin. A little update of things that had happened with your crew. First of all, that pilot that you were with forever ago, the one that you were trying to decide this way or that, he was completely clean, like 100% completely clean. And so Urath didn't end up torturing him or anything like that, because the reason why Urath even went as far as and enjoyed the torture of the other guy is because he was an obnoxious ass. He was a pain in the balls. Whereas this guy was 100% amicable the entire time, so on and so forth. And so he actually was, Urath didn't need to torture him. He was just kind of like, I talked to him, everything seems in the up and up. Maybe you had another conversation with him, and you actually let him go. Or at least let him go for the temporary. When you hit the field, there was one job that you did not terribly long ago where things went sideways. Things went very sideways. A combat that you got in ended up fucking up the ship hard. You lost several systems. The fact that you guys ended up surviving was literally just a matter of sheer force of will in refusing, despite the fact that you had like air pressure leaks inside your ship, which goes very quickly in space. No gravity or anything like that, and everything going completely upside down on you. Even Fury was knocked unconscious from smashing his head from a blow to the ship from a torpedo, concussion torpedo. Not able to keep the ship running. It was just by sheer force of will of the party that you guys were able to survive that encounter, or at least most of you, and not without a few wounds to continue on. As I said, Fury smashed his head so hard, it smashed him quiet. He's just as good as he was before, but he's developed such a hard stutter from the amount of time without air and the concussion.
Your way to not have to RP him. Aw.
So he's
Fury.
Me too.
So Fury, he's still there, but he just he's a bit quieter because he has a hard stutter that he hasn't been able to correct yet. Visit didn't make it. He did not survive the fight. And so Visit, unfortunately, was tossed out of the airlock. Honestly, what are you going to do with a corpse? Who cares? And Bezwi actually took a nasty blow where he literally lost one of his arms, amputated almost up entirely to the shoulder. However, on the flip side of that, while he was gone, you needed a pilot. And you happened to know one that you could trust. And you were able to put in the orders and have him transferred to you. And so you have, I believe his name is Christoph, was transferred over to your ship as an upgraded pilot. And Bezwi was able to be saved and had a bit of an upgrade done to him. He actually has a cybernetic arm that replaced the other one, and he has a couple other plates put in other parts of his body. He's not released for duty yet, but he should be within the next few weeks or so released to be able to be back in action. But your ship itself, which was again fucked up, is almost done with the repairs. So unfortunately, your, I think thus far unnamed vessel is not available for you to be flying out there. But that's okay, because you're going on a task where you're not supposed to necessarily be as forthright with who you are or whatnot, because you do carry a reputation with you, and that ship lands in places that know who you are, right? So
did you I'm looking at my crew roles, and it doesn't look like you updated that with the new
I didn't add it because he doesn't matter for the session.
Okay, it's just for this. Okay.
Wait, our ship is dead?
It'll be back for next session.
You had like a new character that is not. We're only having him for this mission.
Yep, Christoph. But don't worry, he's staying with the ship. He's not a part of a task. So the ship that you are going to be flying in to get you from point A to point B is actually going to be a J-type
class interceptor.
Nope. That's being fixed. A J-type star skiff, which is like a Nubia star drives. You might know it from the prequel Star Wars movies, the garbage Star Wars movies. It's the one. It's the one that Queen Amidala rolled around in. That was an upgraded version of this ship, so it's very sleek looking, very clean metallic look. It is not meant for combat, but this ship does actually have like weapons and whatnot on it. So with that guy as your pilot, and then actually you acting as the co-pilot, and then Kuka as the gunner.
People would like to know what the crazy med droid has been up to as well.
Oh, M3M1 T1M. Well, who do you think it was that fucking saved Fury and Bezwi's life? That was 100% him. And some of the information that you've gathered along the way, and feel free to share as much as you'd like, or keep it close to the chest, Maggie. Some of the information that you've been able to gather actually came from the skills of M3M1 T1M, and that's because, well, he's an interrogation droid. Sure, he's a medical droid because he can keep people alive, but he keeps people alive as a means of continuing torture. Oh man,
are Urath and the droid now like buddies?
See, I don't think Urath really enjoys torture. I think Urath enjoys being successful in a mission.
He was having a lot of fun with that finger. I'm just saying.
That was a little weird.
Siam and Terra all over again. That's all I have to say.
That was a little out of character for Urath.
Yeah, he's basically like Siam and Terra all over again, except for successful.
Oh no, not Protocol 853.
So what is that? Command
that
torture, I think, in chat. So anyways, so he actually was like, his means of torture is actually one of those things where sometimes you just shut the door. And it's like, let me know when you have what you need. And you go into your own room, you shut the door, and you turn up the music so you don't have to hear the screams in the hallways. I
don't think Eris cares that much. She's an evil.
There's a difference between someone screaming in pain and someone screaming because they're about to die. You know, like it's But so, anyways, people do die on his table, and he brings them back over and over again. Sometimes he does it with just using Bacta to keep the wounds going. Sometimes he's done it.
I have to know what your mug says. Sorry.
Snuggle this muggle.
Aww.
Sometimes he does it in more sinister, more horrible ways, and that's instead of just using like means to keep them alive by healing them to keep their wounds dressed well enough, he just like pumps them full of narcotics that are meant to be like uppers, and just keeps them alive that way. But he's successful. That's what M3M1 T1M has been up to, and I think that covers everybody. Oh, and I'll let you tell me what's Estefania been up to.
Oh God, being useless probably.
So she's dead. At some point in time, she fucked up and died. So and then we can move on from there. So you are in your beautiful J-type.
Oh yeah, she's someone's waifu now.
You are in your J-type star skiff. Yeah, she's a waifu to the dirt. and jumping into light speed, hyperspace, all the way down that lane. It's actually a pretty clean jump from where it was that you're coming from. You spend a lot of your time in the space around Coruscant, or neighboring systems around Coruscant. Following along that path, you're actually traveling almost to the end, to Christophsis, is actually where you're heading to on this job that you're going. Christophsis is not a place of significance. Is not a place of significance to you, and it's the Corellian Run is where you are. So it's not a place of significance to you whatsoever, but you do know that there's a job there. Maggie, would you like to say what the job is?
Sure. Yeah, I like pull everyone into our meeting room.
Yeah, it's just the three of you.
Oh, what? Did I just delete the thing?
It's just the three of you, and this ship does actually still have a meeting room and whatnot, because it is a really nice...
I don't even know how I did this. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
You just muted yourself, Tower?
No?
He doesn't sound muted to me.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
You broke off in the middle of a sentence for me.
Oh,
that might be my business.
No, I think I just broke off in the middle of a sentence.
Okay.
Okay. You sounded like you said everything to me. For some reason, the one mission part I deleted, and for the one that we actually wanted to take, I have no idea how I even managed to do that. So weird. Okay. Yeah, I pull everybody into the meeting room, and I have like what this person looks like without them doing their thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in the middle of the meeting room, the hologram shows this picture or this image of this woman, and I look at everyone and I'm like, this is who we need to remove. Bryn Slysod. Is that how I say it? How do you pronounce that?
Slysod, yep.
Okay. Slysod. She's a Claudite. Well, some people call them that. Others call them replacers. Basically, they take the form of their victims in order to, well, collect information or get whatever they want. She seems to only handle high-profile, non-political targets. And from what we know already, they've been doing a few jobs in, is it Celedonia?
Yep, that's the name of the city.
Yeah. In Christophsis. And that's why we're here. Oh, and that's where we're heading, because I would assume that I would tell them everything before we left off. So the flashback to us in the meeting room.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Kuka's cleaning gun on the table. Like, just kind of a small Kuka smile going on.
Yeah, Kuka's like, I get to kill something with gun. Yeah, and I kind of like hold a moment, like as if I'm waiting for any questions, but I'm guessing no one has any.
Actually, Christoph does. He says,
okay.
He's a personality that's kind of like Bezwi, in the sense that he's pretty to the point and to the job and whatnot, but that's just to your face. Unlike Bezwi, with everybody else, he's actually pretty friendly. He's actually a pretty nice guy. Bezwi's like, I don't fucking want, if you're not the engineer or the captain, don't even waste my time. So to you, he's like, actually, ma'am, I do have a question. You said this, she's a Claudite, and that means that she has the ability to take the appearance of those that she... is this something that, like, are we utilizing some sort of technology, or is this a physiological thing?
It's something that her race can do.
Not to...
Is he a human?
He is. Not to make you repeat yourself, but is this bullshit? Is this rumors, or is this verified?
I guess you'll find out.
He doesn't pursue the line of questioning anymore.
Yeah, and then Eris will kind of look at everybody else and then look back at him and say, this is the information that we have. And so with it, we will do what is necessary. This target is not someone we need to bring back alive.
Kuka's smile gets bigger.
So use whatever force you need.
This is when Latros actually speaks up and is like, speaking of force that's needed, Actually, Urath and I have things that we are going to be taking care of. I sent you a message about this. I don't know. You can check the date on it a while back, but you know, you're gonna have to go this run without the two of us. We have previous.
You've been approved for your mission.
Nods. Yeah, says thanks.
Yeah, and then with the last thing, I guess if no one else had any questions, because she kind of like looks around and kind of gestures with her hand. It seems like no one does. She says, she makes her victims, well, look like they died as if it was an accident. Sometimes suicide. Maybe we can return the favor to her.
With that, I imagine Urath does like a finds entertainment in it.
Yeah, because Eris is evil AF. Oh, you guys heard my boyfriend sneezing.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. He's in like
how dare
upstairs.
How dare he?
I don't know how this microphone picks things up from upstairs. But then it also doesn't pick up the hum from like the other stuff. So I'm not sure what's going on.
I don't know. I hear through
voices,
my headphones.
It picks.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm like, it seems like it just picks up anything that's like voices at all, no matter where it is in the house.
Yeah, I hear my wife coughing, like rooms away through closed doors or upstairs and stuff like that.
It's nuts, but it doesn't pick up like a noise happening. I'm like, what?
It's so funny. It's a good microphone. All right, cool. So we, you know, you kind of like break, and you guys make your way over to your ship, your temporary ship that you're borrowing. This is a new Naboo ship as opposed to one of the Lornar ones. Once again, it's just kind of like a throw your scent off of the radar. As a matter of fact, kind of funny, this ship that you have here, which is also unnamed at least as of right now, is your secondary vessel. This is actually a vessel that you're welcome to use whenever you need to. It's not that it belongs to Eris by any stretch of the imagination, but anytime she needs a ship to either not be known using hers or because it's undergoing repairs or whatever the case may be, split the team up, you always get approval from Mariari to just take this one. So
sweet.
It's kind of nice to know that you have that as a backup.
And is Christoph normally our driver in those sense?
In the past, 5 weeks or so, since everything kind of went awry, yes, he has been. He's recently transferred in.
Ooh, I liked chats giving us a bunch of ideas. Keep them coming.
Uh-oh. Oh,
yeah, they're giving us ideas on how to make it happen.
The
so,
silver bullet?
She slipped in the bathroom and somehow drowned herself in their own toilet.
Bryn Am shoot self.
Lit a cigarette and accidentally ignited all the gasoline in her pockets.
All right, so you get into your vessel.
We're on a list now for something.
Another list. I love how quickly everybody just jumps in with the lists. So for the J Star Skiff and go jumping down the Corellian run all the way to the planet of Christophsis. Now when you pop out of the of hyperspace and cruise your way in, this is only the second run you've done where Christoph's actually been your pilot, though he's been around for 5 weeks, as I said. One of the things that you notice is that, again, he kind of like keeps to himself. I mean, it's just the three of you in the ship. Kuka's not really talkative. You're not really talkative. So he doesn't really talk to you guys. Gives you, it's about a week's time to get there because it's a good chunk across the galaxy, but it's on a major run. So, but a week's time, you guys get there, and he leaves you alone during that time. When you jump out of hyperspace and go planet side, one of the things that you notice is that it's actually a very smooth transition going into the planet, going into the atmosphere. Maybe it's the fact that it's only a Silhouette 4 ship instead of a 5. Who knows? And start dropping down and towards the planet. Now, neither of your characters have ever been to Christophsis before. And one of the things I want to point out immediately is that both of you find it incredibly beautiful. I mean, as you guys are coming down, you happen to be coming down facing, eastward, literally as the sun's coming up. And so the way that the sun looks on the horizon as you're coming down into it is beautiful going into almost any planet and almost any landscape. But the way that the light is hitting the crystallized flora down below, and the way that it's just kind of like glimmering up from beneath you. It almost looks like a twinkling night coming from the ground that hasn't yet been fully lit by the sun. Like it makes this gorgeous view as you're coming in. You imagine the two of your characters and him, spend a few moments regarding it for what it is, as he makes his approach over towards the city of Caledonian. Caledonia. So the conversation goes back and forth between him and the landing tower over there. No problems, and you guys are welcome to land your ship. Before landing your ship, though, I imagine you take a look at the city. Do me a favor, because this ship actually has medium sensors, so you actually have 2 chances to view the city. Doxy, since I imagine you're not using the computers, you can just make me a perception check once. But I'm going to give you 3 black dice for distance. No, actually, you have goggles that help you with that, don't they?
Sure do.
I'm going to ignore those black dice. Maggie, for you, against 2 purple, if you can make me a perception check through your computer. Right? Is perception through the computer, or is it through computers? I have my cheat sheet down here. Scan the enemy's perception. Yep. So it's going to be a perception check. It's going to be 2 purple dice. And you can roll twice, actually, if you don't succeed the first time. Okay, you can roll 1 more just to accumulate successes.
Is it because we're watching it? Because we come down for a while.
Yeah. Because you just have time to like take it in with the sensors. So one of the things that you notice about this city is that at one point in time, this is kind of the information you gather as you're like scanning and whatnot. This is the 2 of you seeing all sorts of different things.
Do I take that strain?
Nope.
On a perception?
No,
okay.
Don't worry about it.
Just want to make sure.
Nope, you're fine. I'm going to keep that as a narrative.
I don't want to cheat.
I'll keep it as a narrative thing. So one of the things you guys notice as you're coming into the city is that clearly this is a large city, or at least at one point in time was a large city, and even larger than it is now. Unfortunately, the Clone Wars were not very nice to Christophsis. The Clone Wars saw many battles take place on its planets. Wars waged here. Specifically, this city was the site of a rather devastating combat that happened with Jedi here itself, like actual Jedi on the battlefield, fighting against the droid army that they were going against. But the city was like I said, sorry, all the devastation has brought it down to maybe 2/3 the size that it was before, and the remaining third of 2/3 buildings, at least a third of them have some degree of structural damage done to them, where there's been patchwork and the like to keep those up and going. But even then, the population here is maybe a 4th or a 5th of what it originally was before all the devastation happened. So the streets themselves are actually rather sparse. There's many buildings about that are completely abandoned. It's actually one of those things where, as you're doing your scans, you even give like a bit of advice to Christoph not to fly a certain path that he was originally set to go on, because the building he was flying by, the likelihood of it falling was slim, but the issue is there's a likelihood of it falling. Like, it was like one of those, I don't know, if something happened just as we happen to be flying by it, let's not be near that building. Like that's how bad of shape some of these buildings are. But those the flora that I was describing, the crystalline flora that exists around the city, does grow into the edges of the city itself, and even parts of the city itself have it grown within, so that beauty does maintain. When you do land your ship, and you're finally able to get out and get into the air outside, the air out here is a bit different than most other planets. It has like a crisp taste to it, almost like it's winter time at all points in time. That nice, cold, crisp winter air. If those of you who live in regions that experience actual winter know what I'm talking about, like right before or right during a snowstorm.
I don't currently, but I know.
Yeah. Well. So, or you've experienced it at the very least, traveling to better parts of the country than California. So, So you step out of the ship and you immediately kind of get that taste, and it's just like this place just strikes you as beautiful. And the people about, this is no Mos Eisley. The people about just seem like regular people going out doing their work, traders landing their ships, passers-by, So just regular travelers. These aren't docking areas where they have separated based off of the kind of ship you're doing or the business you're here for. So you see like a whole different group of peoples. You immediately get out of your ship and can start like walking through the city. Christoph, of course, stays behind with the ship itself. There's no reason for him to come on the job. He's going to be here in case you need anything. So you make sure his comms are good. Everybody checks comms, and you can start making your way out. But one of the things I really want to point out is as you step out of that ship, Maggie, and you as you step out of that ship, you almost get paused for a second.
Why?
You're taking in you're taking in that deep breath, enjoying that crisp air, same as Kuka is through her air filter. When you feel something. It's a feeling that's unfamiliar to you. It's faint, but almost like a pulling. Something here. It lingers with you for a couple moments.
Is there a direction in particular?
No, and honestly, by the time you come to that thought, it's gone.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like Eris is walking at a stride, and she stops for a moment and pauses and looks down at Kuka and pauses for a moment, just kind of like tilts her head, and then when it goes away, she'll look down at Kuka and like just rub her head and smile and then continue walking.
So so one of the things that I want to point out here is that the primary race that exists here are humans. There is something called Christophsians, which is just like humans in the Star Wars galaxy. There's not just like one type of human. Humans have over like thousands and thousands, tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of years of staying in like the kind of own secluded systems, have slight deviations or changes to them. So Christophsians are the prominent race that exists here. And when I say prominent, I mean like by a huge leap. Like we're talking 92, 93% human planet. With a couple of other races mixed in. So certainly the two of you guys stepping off the ship and walking out there stand out compared to the others that might exist. The buildings here are large, they're beautiful, but they're damaged. You know, at one point in time, almost every building here was a skyscraper. But now many of them have been knocked low and never brought back to their full height, and so on and so forth. The streets that you walk down, while clean, you can clearly see where score marks of heavy blast rifles from large vehicles or even starships have done damage that has just never been fully repaired. Explosions that have gone off, and once again, the damage left behind, even if the rubble was cleared away. And you get the basic description from there. As you get to the city itself, you know who you're looking for. You know what they are, but you don't know where to start. So where is it that you go first, at least to kind of gather your wits and start this task?
I guess the thing that I'm thinking of is I'm going to try to hire her for a job. So do I know how most people get in touch with her in order to hire her for a job?
So that's actually a really good question. I'm going to have you, this would have been retroed back to before you had gotten here. This would be a no check. This is a no underworld check. Any one of your crew, you can have be the ones that made this check from beforehand. That's what I'm saying, going backwards. So even though Aris only has a 2 green, if somebody else in your crew has a better roll, we can do that. I'll check Lotros for you really quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not going to want Cuckoo to make that roll.
Lotros is a flat 4 green. Unfortunately, Visit was probably your go-to guy for that one. And he has been dead. So, and Christophsis does not have that kind of information. He was only a flat 3. Wrath got nothing there too. So, I'll check Fury. Yep, Fury doesn't have anything. So, if you can make with Lotros a check if you'd like, Maggie. Can you open his character sheet?
For Lotros, let's see. I might be able to, yeah. Oh god, there's so many characters in this thing. They're not.
I have it. When I put them inside categories, does that put them in categories like folders for you too, or no?
Well, Yeah, so in General's directive, I see Eris, Urath, and Kuka, but I don't see Latras's sheet.
Lot, Eris, Lotras. Oh, really? Oh, is he invisible to you?
Yeah.
Because he's a DM, I'm guessing.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, it's just his character sheet. It's probably just not available to everybody.
Yeah. I can fix that for you. Bam. He doesn't have anything secretive on there. His character sheet's not even finished.
He doesn't
from
even
character
have
creation.
art for his character.
No.
He
Never even spent
There's
the
no
starter.
art for Kuka either.
He spent
I know,
less
but
than half
but
his
you
starter
put one in
experience
there
points.
for Kuka, or someone did.
Mike's like, I'm gonna make a character spend only half my experience points and be happy with how powerful he is that way. I'm like, how do you want
Birdie?
Oh, hey, Bird, what's up?
Bird is the word. I thought it was. Never mind. Okay, so I'm rolling a underworld. You said
Correct, and the
underworld. What am I rolling against?
You're actually going to be rolling against, and I'm sorry to do this to you. It's going to be 3 purple and 2 black. The black dice are, unless you have somebody that can circumvent that, the black
3
dice.
purple and what?
2 black. The black dice are coming from the fact that this person is not only is it difficult to get a hold of them in general, but they go through specific channels.
Okay. Downgrade difficulty by 1 to interact with institutes or learning, which it's not. -1 black die per rank from all knowledge checks. Researching takes half the time.
Oh.
So he's got 1 rank in that, so that it's -1.
Okay. Does Maggie have anything from like knowing people? No, because you've done the political stuff, do you? Okay,
No,
cool.
I'm Politico, but only for the skills.
Yeah, I know.
I don't have any. I haven't put any points into that tree. I literally just bought the tree so I could have the skills.
Proficiencies. I know, it's so funny.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Well, because if you could just flat buy proficiencies, you would have done that, but it doesn't exist as a mechanic in the game.
There should be a way to do that, or do something like Dungeons and Dragons. So Fantasy Flight Games, if you're listening, or do something like Dungeons and Dragons, where they give you like the career skills, and they're like, here are your skills, right? Pick 4 of them. So like there's because like as a political person, you could go like a more dictatorship way, right? You could be the more forceful, aggressive, or you could be a political person who's like kind-hearted and charming, right? Like you could take either way with being a politico. So I don't know why there aren't more options.
Chat, for the record, both Cora and Eris are politicos. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and they're very different.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no points in Politico at all.
Nope.
But she is a like that's how she is. Like that's what she does. She just talks to people. I don't do the killing. I make everyone else do it.
You needed the proficiencies.
I just stand there and go, "Oh, good job. Oh, he's gonna hit you in the face. Don't let that happen." Okay, so he doesn't have the -1 black here, so I will just add it to him so that in the future. I don't know why he doesn't have that on all of his knowledge things. I'm just gonna add it for him. So in the future, he won't have to worry about it. Okay, and that should just negate one of them, right?
That will. So you'll be rolling against. Effectively, it's going to.
I would like to use. Well, I only have 1 light side point, so never mind.
No, you have 2. You guys rolled 2 light side points and 1 dark side. Remember?
Oh, sync pool. There we go. We should use the light side point for this, right?
Up to you.
Yeah, it's knowledge and. Should I downgrade you?
They would make it so you're only rolling against 2 purples, or you can upgrade you, which gives you a chance for a triumph because he doesn't have any ranks in it.
True.
It's a 1 in 12 chance for a triumph, but it's also you have better results on a purple than you do a green typically. But removing a purple is more options to not receive failures or threats.
Yeah. In this case, we just don't want to fail, so downgrade. On you, sir. You, sir, shall get a downgrade. And here we go. RNGs. Yeah.
Ooh. That is a
3
damn good roll.
successes and 3 advantages.
Awesome. So I'll tell you how those advantages are being spent. It's because it's from retro. So not only did Lotra succeed in finding out how it is to get a hold of Bryn, of the one known as the Replacer. Not only do they know how it is to normally contact that person, but more specifically found out.
I would like to see the rolls, sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I mathed it.
It's okay.
There you go.
I like how I get tagged as if I'm running the show.
Well, you know what's funny is because they probably did tag me before, but I currently have that behind a window.
Oh.
I have 3 monitors, and I'm like, I need a 4th now. Is it funny how quickly you go from being happy about 3 to I need more? All right. So, anyways,
I mean, I have 6, so yeah, I know those feels.
So you
You're the only parent that listens. I love that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
I'll mute myself.
No, you're perfectly fine. So he is able to find out not only how it is to get in contact with Bryn, and the way to get in contact with her is actually through it's actually through usually what Bryn will do is Bryn makes her way around different bars, different establishments, and literally looks for people that give the sign, that gives the contact sign. So because of the kind of people that Bryn goes after, because of the kind of people that Bryn is known to assassinate, which is non-political high-value targets, so we're talking like CEOs of companies, so on and so forth, typically speaking, you're going to find her only in nicer establishments, never dive bars, so on and so forth. But anyways, the flag to get her attention is you always buy her the same drink, waiting, which more or less it's a futuristic version of what would come up to being like a sombrero, you know what I mean, but using like Bothan milk, you know what I mean.
Okay, so what's this drink that people would buy her?
What would be the equivalent of a sombrero in Star Wars universe? I didn't come up with a name for
Ooh,
it.
let's have the chat come up with a cool drink name, and then you can continue talking about
a Bothan milk sombrero. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, however, the advantages there, the thing to get for it is there's a very specific liquor that she's actually known to like. There's like a bit of a reputation he's actually able to find out that not all establishments carry, but certainly nicer ones will. And if the drink is made with that liquor, she notices it, it's definitely going to put her in a better mood. You know what I mean? It's like the difference between me making you a vodka martini with a bunch of like, I don't know, Smirnoff or some other swill, or like me actually, you know, using quality vodka to do so. So it'll start things off on the right foot. Oh, I was like, what? But she's showing the monitors. Yeah. So unfortunately, because of the cutoff of the sides, we don't see the far left two. But
oh, okay.
So you she had to quickly close the tabs of all of her porn too before she showed that. So
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's why we cut off those left 2 monitors. You didn't want to see what that was.
We know she's a fiend.
Yeah, well, that's
that
fine.
Twi'lek porn, man, I just can't.
It's like tentacle porn, only
touching,
way
you know?
more niche.
Yeah, but when you're watching Twi'lek porn though, you don't want like the animated stuff. You want the cosplay. You know, like you gotta go
that's what I'm talking about.
Like you want blue paint on the sheets. So, anyways, so you know that's actually the easiest way to get a hold of her, specifically going into nice establishments, ordering a drink, placing it to your left of a specific drink that you can clearly tell what it is because of how creamy it is from across the bar, and then use that liquor, and it's actually going to put you off on a good foot. And so that's actually a pretty easy task for you to do. You're like, wow, that's actually really easy, aside from the fact that the likelihood of her actually walking into the establishment you're in means you've got to be patient. It's not one of those things that you can do and just expect her to be there the first time you do it. You have to go multiple times. You have to spend a few days. You have to be patient, and eventually she'll show up.
Okay, so Christopher knows that like we're gonna be here for a while.
Yep, he doesn't care.
And actually, because we're gonna be here for a while, and that ship is kind of smaller, right?
It is significantly smaller because it's a size 4 instead of a 5, but it's large enough to have rooms for you guys. So it's like you're good. Like we're talking, it's the same size as the Millennium Falcon, just
okay,
but very narrow and you know, taller.
Yeah, I didn't know if we had like our own separate rooms or if it was like we're all sharing rooms.
I actually try to look up what the inside of
like
one of the
the
ships
inside of it.
Yeah, I couldn't find one. And so if somebody else can find one of specifically the
what was the model again?
Oh, not want to use it in case somebody in chat finds it and wants to throw it out just so we can
find her.
But it's a J type.
I have a really high search skill on everything in my life.
It's a J type star skiff is what it's called.
Okay.
Yo,
but don't confuse
the
it
perfect
with...
drink name. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's a bantha bomb. 100%.
Bantha bomb. Okay.
That's it.
She's the bantha bomb.
Banther bomb?
Bantha bomb. Yeah.
Bantha bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, important to note, it's not the Queen Amidala's ship. That is a different model. That is a different, like, lots of upgrades. It does not look like that one. So don't confuse it with that one. All right, so moving on. You're going to spend a few days doing this. And you're going to spend a few credits doing this. It's not the end of the world. You just spend your time doing so. How long do you intend to wait? How patient are you going to be before you start thinking about using another tactic, Maggie?
I guess I will. Is the like one of the places that she frequents to drink one that has kind of a like an inn type thing where we could like stay?
No, usually there's going to be like fancy bars or restaurants as opposed to like a tavern with a bar attached to it, like you find like a fantasy campaign or whatever. So it's going to be two separate establishments.
Okay. Okay, so it'll be like the bar will not be close to where the staying in it establishment. Okay. Then I guess we will just kind of like go there a few times and just, I think that Eris will probably mingle with people and just kind of like get to know maybe the bartender and like other people and stuff like that.
Okay. So what I'm going to have you roll for me then is a streetwise check. This one's going to be a lot easier. It's going to be a 2 purple streetwise check to try to find who it is that you're looking for. But I'm going to impose a black die because ordering a drink and have it sit next to you for an extended period of time multiple times is fucking awkward. So I'm going to have you roll against that.
Okay, so it's 3 purple and 1...
2 purple and 1 black.
2 purple and 1 black.
And this is a streetwise. You any good at that there, Kuka?
Yeah, I have 1. I'm like 1 rank in it, but I am not very cunning.
I have none, but I do have 2 green die, if that would help.
I have 1 rank and a green die, so I think I have the higher. Because I have 2 cunning.
Okay.
I think we're both like similar in cunning, right? You have a 2 in
I have
cunning?
a 2, yeah.
Me too. Okay. I'm gonna roll it then. We'll see what happens. 1 success and 1 advantage. That's cool. Oh, could I get a blue die? No, I'm just kidding. Because Latris had the
No, Latris already gave you what he was what he's giving you. So so with your success and the advantage actually saves you a little bit of time. It's on the second night that you're there. You end up hitting up 3 different establishments the first night, but you can only drink so much or carouse so much before you start getting bored with these people here. They don't really interest you. The kind of people that you're meeting when you're in these establishments and having conversations, those that are brave enough to come up and talk to you or those that you choose to go up to and flirt with. Excuse me. These people are a lot of them are like they work for large corporations that happen to have establishments here in this part of the city, mining corporations for the most part because of the value of the crystals should they be mined correctly. But there's not a lot of corporations left here. The amount of assets it costs, like the amount of cost to do mining on Christophsis, is very expensive. And with the loss of mining equipment that happened during the wartime a while back, the cost to restart up full-fledged business here would be too much. It was fine to maintain, but it's too much to like reinvest, right? Replace all that old equipment, et cetera, et cetera. So the people that you're dealing with are people that are kind of get stuck here for long periods of time and think that they're better than those around them. And so you kind of get this air of haughtiness and arrogance that annoys you to your core, even if you play it off well enough. Eventually, though, on that second night, at your third establishment, when you're kind of already thinking about calling it in for the day, you're thinking about paying out the tab sometime soon. Not quite to the point where you're actually pulling out your cred chip yet, but then somebody sits in the seat to your left. Kuka, of course, sitting to your right. They sit there comfortably, and they look to you and says, "That for me?"
Oh, did you hear what I said?
Oh no, I didn't. I was like,
Okay. I had myself muted still.
sorry, my apologies.
She'll be like, that is, and she doesn't turn to look at them.
Hmm?
She kind of.
Cool. So she doesn't turn to. Oh yeah. So whatever was posted in chat. By the way, I just clicked on it. That's a Naboo cruiser, as opposed to a skiff. A cruiser is much bigger. That's
What
like
about the one that I sent in our chat?
I can't open that, otherwise it throws off.
I also put it in Twitch,
yes.
but I'll put it in Twitch again.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Sorry, Maggie. Oh, the one that you clicked. Yeah, that's a cruiser. Yeah, as opposed to the skiff. Yeah.
And then did you see? Wait, they're both different.
Wait, what's this one?
I gave you two.
Oh, okay. I didn't see this one. I'm cool with that one. I like it. I like that one.
That's more like a skiff, right?
Yeah, I like that one.
It's not. I don't know what the one that you're talking about specifically is.
It was actually the one that you had posted right above on Funny One saying didn't want that.
Yeah.
All right. So
that's what you were thinking?
Yeah. No, I was saying that was too big.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. But moving on. So you say yes it is or whatever, and you do not turn to look at them, and so they take the drink and they drink it down. Kuka, do you look at the person? Do you try to check them out or no?
I will perfectly mimic Eris.
Okay, perfect. So they take the drink, they pick it up, they press it to their lips, they take a sip. It's you can barely hear it, but you can hear like almost like a slight like moan, like one of those unconscious moans of oh that was good. And right as they like instinctively go to pull it away from their mouth, they go back in and take another small sip before they put it back down. And clearly they're happy with the drink. And they say, sorry, they don't say anything. They, oh no, it's my apologies. They say, thanks. I've been parched.
You're welcome. I can get you another if you wish.
They nod and they'll actually look to the bartender, like call them over, and be like, excuse me. Is there a private room here? And the bartender says, there is. It should be free up now. I can go and check that on that for you. The person nods again and places a credit chip on the bar, kind of like subtly over in front of him.
I will put my hand over the credit chip and put mine and slide his back over. And she's kind of changing her position to be more like, I guess kind of sexual, because making it seem like they're trying to find a private room for themselves, you know, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm. So why don't you do me a favor, actually, because you're trying to bluff. Roll me a deception, because you're trying to throw the bartender's scent off of it, right? Roll me a deception check, but honestly, it's an easy check against this bartender. It's one blue. One purple. I apologize.
Okay. Deception. Here we go. I'm not deceptive, but she is genuinely being sexy.
Oh, that's funny.
That's Iris's way. One strain I take.
Okay. So you do that, and the bartender just kind of like watches the whole thing take place, and he just kind of like looks a little thrown off by it, but doesn't say anything or do anything. And he takes the credit chip, smiles at that, comes back about a minute and a half later on, but you guys really don't say anything. Just continue drinking your drink. And he comes back and says, it's clear. Do you want me to lead you? And the person next to you says, if you can fill this once first. And they refill it with the same drink. And then they lead you out back to a private room is. Now, the private room is meant to be like a small room that has so the room has a bit of an open area where people could have some standing space. There's its own like mini bar inside there, much like how a hotel would work. You imagine you get charged based off what you use inside the mini bar. But the room also has like a circular table off to the side, much like you often see in like mafioso kind of movies. And over by that table is an open window that looks out over to the landscape beyond, because this is a taller building that exists here. It's already nighttime. The sun is already completely set, so there's not much of a view out there. However, there really isn't a lot of light pollution that exists on this planet, so the stars that you can see in the sky are absolutely exquisite. It's an incredible view if you look up. Anyways, you guys go walking in, and as you're walking, you actually do finally get a sight of the person. And the person is, as you are correctly assuming, a male. It's actually a gentleman that's with you. More importantly, it's a human gentleman. And so you guys go walking into the private room, and he leads you in there. Says, if you need anything, just knock, and somebody will come over and see if you need assistance.
Milk.
He nods and says, "I'll be right back with that."
I love that Kuka's just like milk. I feel like Kuka is my boyfriend's spirit animal. Like he drinks like a gallon of milk a day. It's insane.
So, anyways, when he leaves and shuts the door, the human kind of like takes in the sights, looks at the place, and then walks over to the table where they can sit down and whatnot, and does actually sit down, gets comfortable, like, ugh. And then you hear like the clank of metal on top of the table, and you look to see that there is definitely a blaster pistol in their hand, pointed to, lazily held in their hands, finger not on the trigger, lazily pointed in your direction.
Kuka would not take kindly to this.
Not like this, like sitting sideways on the table.
And Kuka would put herself in front of that gun. Mm-hmm. Between that gun and Eris, 100%. Mm-hmm.
You climb up onto the table?
No. Well, you're not sitting at the table yet. You're kind of like standing there or whatever, because they kind of walked over and sat down first. So Kuka just stands in front of you and maybe continues to do so as you walk your way over. Either way, they then look to you and say, "I don't know you. How do you know me?"
Word travels.
That can be good for business or not.
Fair enough. I'm looking for someone to do a job for me.
What's that job?
I think you know the kind.
What if that someone's already doing a job?
Even better.
Door opens up abruptly, and the person comes over, realizing there's like a palpable tension in the room. He walks over, places the blue milk on the table, which strangely does not have the gun on it at the moment. Mm-hmm. Looks to everybody, he's like, "Anything else I can get for you?" There's like a silence.
Eris is like, "I'm doing fine. Thank you."
He walks out, shuts the door. Almost immediately after the click of the door shuts, you hear the metal back on the table again.
Kuka takes a drink of the milk and then pours the rest of it into a flask and puts the flask in her pockets.
How long do you just have milk that you have in your flask?
Well, you obviously know me. What's the job?
I have someone that needs to be taken care of.
They cross you? Is this personal?
She smiles. Yes.
You know, when emotions are involved, makes things a little sloppy.
And that's why I'm not doing it myself.
Timing is thrown off. Details might be given incorrectly. It does up my fee.
She smiles and kind of like leans down very like charmingly and kind of rubs Kuka's head and continues to like do so while she says the next line. It's like the evil cat, but it's like Kuka. She's like, he said that he's increasing the price, or that increases the price.
Yep.
Money is not the issue. Or credits are not the issue.
Yeah. Fair enough. Is it here? Says, like, referring to Christophsis.
So I don't know where this person is from.
Who?
Kylie.
Oh, you don't know where Kylie's from, but you know they're currently stationed.
Okay. All right. Is it Kashiak? Is that how you say it?
You're currently in, you're with Bryn right now, But
Yeah,
tell him,
I know.
Yep.
Is it in Kashyyyk?
Kashyyyk?
Kashyyyk, okay. Kashyyyk.
Kashyyyk.
Well, that's where they were last stationed.
Sits back. Kashyyyk. That's a jump away from here. Who's high profile in Kashyyyk? Oh, I do like to say I don't waste my time with revenge targets. This isn't a crossed Wookiee lover, is it?
No, but funny enough, you bring up the word Wookiee.
Waits.
Oh, he waits? Is that what he said? I thought he said wait.
No, he waits.
Okay. Is Kylie's a she?
Kylie's a she, yeah.
Okay. She may have kidnapped a Wookiee of mine.
Does Kylie run a ring? No, not Kylie. They didn't say the name Kylie.
I didn't give the name yet.
They say, does this person run a ring?
I believe so, right? Out of character?
Yeah, they're referring to a slave ring. I mean,
yeah.
At least a part of one, right?
Yeah, then I guess the answer that she gives is at least a part of one.
You know, it complicates matters when it's one thing if we're talking about somebody who's running a business. It's another thing if we're talking about somebody who's a part of a business. You cross the wrong people, part of certain organizations, certainly on certain worlds.
But isn't that what you're best at? I've heard tales of you and what you've done, and how you don't leave a trail.
Apparently,
other than happy customers.
Apparently, trail enough if you find your way here. And you say, no, they don't say that because of what you said. My apologies. And so he's like, Kashyyyk, member of an organization. 55,000 credits. I can start a week or so. I won't be leaving the planet before then.
I'll see what I can do about the credits. That shouldn't be a problem. How would you like it handled? Half to start, half at the end?
Yeah. That sounds appropriate. Half up front works for me.
That'll help you get any resources you need for the job. It's quite a travel.
I'm so sorry. I'm accustomed to, I generally speaking only work with the same customers over and over again. I usually don't handle new clients, or at least I haven't in a long time.
She smiles at that. Stops petting Kuka and sits down next to him. She's kind of wearing like one of her elegant gowns that she has. Mm-hmm. And so she crosses her legs and you can see like part of one of her legs. Mm-hmm. And she kind of like motions at Kuka that it's fine.
Okay.
But I'm sure Kuka just still stands there like.
Yeah, there's no way a gun is pointed at you right now.
No, it's actually funny because when she does that, clearly she's not meant to be the threatening one. The gun's still pointed at Kuka.
Nice.
It's like they've put a bead on who the actual threat is here. Or who they think is the actual threat here.
Yeah, I like that.
She's just fine with that.
Mm-hmm. So the gun's still pointed at Kuka.
Kuka's like, yes, keep the gun on me.
So he says, with me not knowing you, however well you might know me, I'm gonna need that all up front. And then we can worry about trust if ever we meet again.
I don't like giving all of the reward before a job's done.
It's hard to do a whole job without a reward.
And I think half is enough. Listen, this wouldn't be the only job that I would have for you. Like you said, you work with repeat customers. I know one of them. And well, they say you do good work. And I could use someone who does good work.
roll me a negotiations check. However, this is not an easy check, so I'm sorry if you're not good at this skill. This person is good at negotiating. It's gonna be 4 purple, and then because sorry, it's 4 purple, but because of the drink that you gave them, you actually get 2 blue dice.
Cool. Let me look at.
My apologies, not 2 blue dice. I'll give you an upgrade.
Oh, okay.
There's 3 advantage.
Upgrade. Cool. And sorry, I'm looking to see if I get any extra things for this roll. Because this is a negotiation, you said, right?
Yep.
Oh, I can actually just before I do this roll, because I think maybe it might give me an advantage, because I'm trying to be like negotiating, right? I'm trying to take like the strong side of it. Like I'm not going to give you all of it. I'm not an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like him to roll a fear check.
Okay, what's the DC for me?
2 purple.
And that remind me, is that against discipline?
It just says I can force him to roll.
I'm almost
force
positive.
him to do a check.
I'm almost positive it's against discipline because that's what made it. What's his name?
Thanks.
It would 100% be a will check, so discipline makes sense.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's what's his name kept succeeding, which was annoying for poor Mackie Susto, because he actually had a high willpower. He had a high discipline.
Yeah, I think it's discipline.
Okay, so
and people said they're scary, but I'm like, so far I haven't been successful in scaring the shit out of people yet.
So,
but soon I will get more points in that, and it will be glorious.
All right, I will roll.
I just want people to like sit next to me and shit their pants, because that would be really funny.
Oh, I rolled with a black die though. I don't have a black die.
That could be Kuka being intimidated.
Oh, Kuka.
You know what?
Milk.
You know what? That's fine. I'll actually allow that just to play out that way, just so I don't have to reroll. We'll have it be Kuka being intimidating.
But it would be you didn't add the 2 purple.
Oh shit! Never mind. Then I will.
So you need to roll the 2 purple too, because it could be even worse failure than what that. Because that's a fail already.
Yep. Okay. Good call.
So you can just roll the 2 purple.
Thank you, Max. All right, here we go. Kuka trying to be intimidating.
Oh, you're re-rolling all of it. I thought you were just going to re-roll the purple.
Oh, yeah. Because it was already a failure, but I didn't have the purple, so I was doing the full re-roll. Because that's usually what we do.
So he's not afraid of me.
Okay, so he's unfortunately, he wins too. Sorry, Maggie. However, you get to choose how those 3 strain are spent. And I don't think our new cheat sheets have what strain can be spent on in as a combative thing. But I believe you can force him to take a downgrade on whatever next check he makes, or effectively giving you an upgrade against him.
Yeah, it doesn't have. We don't have that.
That's fine. I'll find one and I'll add it in there. But in the meanwhile, more or less, you can give yourself an upgrade on the next check that you make against him. Okay.
Okay. And then, which would be this check?
Or give him a downgrade. What's the check that you're about to make is?
I will do a downgrade.
The negotiation is what she's doing.
Oh, that's right. Haha. So you did not. So it's kind of funny how that actually works, because you did not intimidate him. However, the whole scenario, split focus, all that stuff, everything playing out is just enough to kind of keep him a little thrown off balance.
All right, and we will see what happens. This is going to be scary. Oh, shit! All 3 of those. That is awesome.
Okay, so the way that those 3 are going to go,
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Those 3 threats right there, instead of you taking strain, I'm actually going to have that play out as you succeeded. There's no question about that. However,
I can't take the strain. I can't choose to.
I'll let you take the strain. That's fine.
Yeah, I have enough. I can take a strain.
All right, so he begrudgingly thinks, looks to you, looks to Kuka, looks to the gun, looks to you, looks back down to the drink, takes a sip of it, and then nods and says, "Fuck, fine. Half and half."
She smiles and kind of leans back like she's, more comfortable with the agreement. and says, "Perfect."
I'm only doing it because you didn't try to chip me out on how much the cost was.
The way I see it, whenever someone gives you a price, it's what they feel the job is worth to them. And I like when people do the job properly.
Fine. Like I said, I can leave in 2 weeks. I'm going to need a bit more detail while I finish my job here. I don't need transportation or anything like that.
If you give me your contact information, she winks at that, like as if he's not going to give me, well, her. She's technically her, but are they in a different skin right now, or like?
I mean, so Bree is a female,
Yeah.
female Claudite.
Yeah.
You're looking at a human male right now, so.
Yeah. She winks at that and says, I can send over the rest of the details, as well as a contract.
Very well. Places a card on the table, like literally a physical paper card on the table, and throws back the rest of the drink. And,
she kind of leans forward in kind of like a very sexual manner and takes the paper slowly and picks it up and looks at it and is like, "Old school, I see."
Literally all that's on that card is a symbol. The symbol means nothing to you aside from, well, sorry, the symbol would mean nothing to you if it was for the fact that in your research you know that this is her calling card. This is like her symbol. Like, however, but with that research, because of like how well Mike rolled before and everything, I should say Latris rolled before, you know that the card is specifically something that can be put into an appropriate type of computer, scanned, analyzed, and it'll have the information that you need. It's like like the way that it was printed onto the card.
It's like a QR code.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I actually have them on my business cards, so
yeah.
someone could just scan it and have like a little contact card, like already fill out the full contact card on their phone.
That's dope.
Yep.
Yeah, you can get them printed on your business cards. It's worth it.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, so he
For
throws
those special nerds out there like me.
You say old school, you're being flirty, and you haven't like made any rolls or anything that's to be flirty, so it's not that they have.
I can roll to be charming if you want.
No, it's fine. It's not that they've rolled. It's not that they've not noticed it. It's that they say it didn't seem to be take notice to it. You know what I mean? They haven't like grabbed that hook. So leave the card on the table. They walk out. And as
before they walk out, as they go to grab the door,
actually, I was gonna say even before that. So I'm gonna take it back a step. As they get up off the table, and they slide the gun back into their pocket, they walk past. As they walk past Kuka, will actually scruff up the hair or whatever on Kuka's head, similar to how you were petting Kuka before.
No hair, just a hood.
The hood on Kuka's head, but like almost like not aggressive, like a quick little like almost noogie style, walking past it. Meant to be demeaning. So then they get to the if nobody does anything first, then they get to the door and they're gonna open it.
As soon as his back is turned to us, Kuka like points gun at him and like looks back and forth between him and Eris.
I know if we make noise in here, it's gonna be bad, right? Yeah, I put my hand up.
All right.
And I say, well, because I know their name. Is it weird to call them by their name?
No, you don't think so.
What I know.
You're supposed to know who they are, right? So.
Yeah. Before they walk out, I say, Bryn.
Turns back to look at you.
Perhaps we can meet again when the contract is ready. I prefer to do my business in person. I feel that it is more personal.
Places a hand on the wall, like giving like a slight caress, like almost like judging the quality of the work that was done inside this wall, and says, "It's a beautiful building." And then opens the door and leaves.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing that they're saying like meet here again or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah. and they go out. And, you shut they shut the door behind them. You say anything to
I
Kuka?
I put my like pat my hand on the chair next to me and kind of and look at Kuka and smile.
She would like she probably has to like crawl up onto whatever bench seat there is. She does it.
And whatever the call is to get like the person to come back in, I have them bring like another glass of milk.
And
probably a fancy non-alcoholic drink for Eris. And Eris will actually like put up her feet and like they'll just relax for a little bit. And then she looks at whenever like we're alone and we both have our drinks, she'll like kind of hold her glass up to kind of give Kuka a cheers.
Yeah, Kuka probably has to use both hands to hold it up, and she just like
so
does it.
Yeah, they clink, and she's like, "This is going to be easier than I expected. Maybe they'll just do all the work for us." And she drinks the drink and
Kuka
says,
just hissing laughs.
"Yeah." But she's not going to talk about the job otherwise in that room at all, because Eris probably thinks that it's bugged or something like that. And saying that line is not gonna. That just seems like.
You guys never once talked about murder, elimination, destruction.
No,
of
what it
targets.
sounds like, maybe if someone was thinking I was doing something, is like I had a job, but I gave the job to somebody else, type of thing. That probably, if someone was thinking I was being deceiving, that's maybe the worst thing that they would think.
No, I mean,
is like,
if this room is bugged, there's no understanding as to what it is that's going on. The best case scenario we heard is Kashek was said, high profile targets was said, and taken like part of a ring, which somebody can immediately assume Kashek and Ring as slaves. So,
and I guess the next thing that Eris is going to be doing is if we can get back to after like we're done, like if Kuka wants to like RPS just having a good night, like and having a good time, like Eris is like, we are in no rush for anything. So Eris is just totally down with having some fun. But after that, going back or probably sending that. Actually, can I send that right now? Like, take a picture of the card and send it over to Latris?
Oh, you
probably
there's something you can literally just do at your visit's dead. There's something that you can do at your on your ship. You have the equipment on your ship to just get the information.
Okay, so I have to wait. I can't just scan it and give it to somebody else to do.
Yeah, you'll get it tonight, but he's not going to meet with you for another, or she, I should say, is not going to meet with you for another week, anyways.
Okay,
so.
Then I will probably give like whenever later down the line, I'll give the code or give the card to somebody else to like handle that part of it, and then as well as message Colton, I think his name is.
Mm-hmm.
Colton to draft up a contract and mention that I need 55 credits in order to get the job done. 55,000 credits to get the job done. But I only need 22.5 in advance.
Mm-hmm. So Colton's a name that's been said so far, Colton Threat, but we haven't actually met him yet. So why don't we have that little conversation later on that day? The two of you have a little bit of fun, or even the next day, the two of you have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, and I didn't know if
the card.
Cora wanted to have like us do something else like before. That's why
I
just wanted
to that I've been holding out on. That's a guilty pleasure of Kuka's.
Yeah, I saw your message. Ooh, what is that?
You're gonna have to talk to her and find out.
Okay. So like, are you making an emotion or something like that I know that you're like? Well, actually, no. Here's what she does. We're drinking our drinks and relaxing, and after probably an hour or so passes, because we're just really relaxing, we probably have a couple non-alcoholic beverages. It's funny that we're both drinking in a bar, but not drinking alcohol. Because basically, she's waiting out the time that she spent in the room anyway, and Eris just doesn't really care for being around all the other people. Once the time is up, or getting close to it, Eris will kind of look over at Kuka and say, "Well, we have a week. Is there something you want to do?"
Fingernails.
You want to get your fingernails done?
Fingernails.
Painted?
Dirty, am chipped. Am not useful, clean, gone.
A manicure then. I haven't done that in a while.
Foot fingernails.
We can do the toes too. They call that a pedicure.
She's just like, her mouth is wide open.
Yeah, and they'll go do that if there's time during this time. But if it's not, then they'll do that tomorrow.
Yep. Nope. They can certainly go and get mani-pedis. You know what I mean?
That's what Kuka
adorable.
wants.
That's adorable.
Doesn't Kuka have talons or some shit? Or am I confusing that? Doesn't
Like
Kuka
claws
have...
or something?
Yeah,
I
they're
don't.
probably claws, but they're in disrepair, man. She's not taking care of them. She's only taking care of Eris and Sierra. That's all she does.
Unfunny one wants you to be a responsible owner and bring your pet to the vet to get the shots. Update. You know?
She's scared of shots.
So I am legitimately like real life scared of shots. Like I was at the doctor's.
I am too. I'm
my
not a
daughter.
fan of shots.
I clearly don't mind a little bit of metal.
Like I don't mind if it's something like getting a tattoo or something like that, like or a piercing, because you know exactly what to put. But the idea of like they're not just like penetrating into your skin, not to come out the other side because somewhere thin or whatever, or like superficial to put it in, like, but like they're going and then they're like injecting this like huge, like you've seen like so much, and it's like it's gonna be sitting in between, and it's so,
It usually goes into a vein.
not like vaccines.
Really?
Yeah, vaccines just go. It's in your
Into
body.
the muscle?
Yeah,
Huh.
it's in your body.
God,
Yeah.
some of those I've watched people get like the vaccines, like the like sick vaccines every year, and like some of those people who are doing that, like they are not doing a good job. They just like stab you with it, and then also they like don't even look at the paper. Sometimes they just like take your paper and go. It's like.
It was a funny picture. I think it was Unfunny One or somebody posted into the False Pretenses Discord, my other Discord, where it's literally like it's like, this is when you know you retire, and it's like a doctor going to give a needle to a child but missing and stabbing the woman holding the child in the breast instead. And it was like, and it was just one of those like, that was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. Anyways, so
That's when you're about to get fired.
yeah. But I've got into a doctor's office before to get a single shot, and I knew I had to get blood taken afterwards, and I was like, okay, can you give me like the kid's needle, like the butterfly needle, whatever it's called? And like, sure. They gave me the needle, and immediately after they gave it, I was like, excuse me for a second. And I went out, so I went out of the office, out of like the office, because I was like offices within offices, or whatever, into the hallway, all the way down the hallway, outside, all the way across the parking lot to my car, to the front of my car, because like wood's on the other side of it, sat down and like rested my back on it on the ground outside, just like because like I was like about to faint. I didn't faint or anything, but I felt like I was going. Like, I have such a fear of fucking needles, but I can't wait to get my next tattoo, which is probably
Now
like
we
20
know
hours.
what to do to you. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but like legit, I intend to get like another like a 20-hour tattoo, and it's gonna be fucking awesome.
Damn, son.
So, but you want to give me just one little like
Tattoos are weird because it just feels like someone's like annoyingly scratching you for hours on end.
yeah, it's just like
It's not comfortable either. It's like it's literally like someone taking a nail and just like if you just scratch yourself like this for a while, but like a long time.
Mhm.
It's like
It's more burning than piercing is what it feels like to me.
it's like an irritating scratching, but I guess some people like it. So, I mean, I have tattoos.
yeah. So, anyways, so you two have your fun. You go get your mani-pedis, all that stuff. Why don't we take a quick break? Let people, I think they're saying BRB, bathroom break, right? So we'll BRB, haha, and see you all in just a couple minutes, okay?
BRB stands for be right back.
But they were saying
I have a
bathroom
fun needle story too.
break. But they were saying bathroom break. Is that not okay?
First, we hear Doxy's needle story, then we take break.
It's really short. When I was when I had to get my appendix out, I had to have student nurses and doctors because I didn't have insurance and they were trying to save me money however they could. And the pain meds for after my surgery, the needle went into my arm and came back out. So I got an organ harvested from my body and had no pain meds for a full day afterwards. And I was only awake long enough to throw up and say a cuss for the next day because it hurt so bad. And they still have on my chart that I'm a drug seeker because I was like, more drugs. Like, this isn't more drugs. This hurts. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
It's funny because if you get an epidural when you are going to give birth, they give you the button. They go, you can press it as much as you'd like. Like,
I had a button too. It just like it took them a while to figure out that it wasn't getting to me. They had to give me non-narcotics, and I was just like, "Oh my god, it's so much better. Thank you so much." And they're like, "What the fuck?" And like when they went to clean it, they were like, "Oh, that's what the fuck."
if they fixed
They were really nice.
Would they have corrected your chart afterwards?
They forgot to or something.
That's fucked up. So
Yeah.
So
How did them get that fixed? That's horrible and also horrifying.
Well, if you go to them and you're
hate
like,
going
"It
to the
says
doctors."
that I'm a drug seeker, but I'm not a drug seeker." That just looks like drug seeker. behavior.
Well, I
You know
mean,
what
don't,
I mean?
I wouldn't say to them. I mean, I would go to the doctors that you had the issue with originally, or that like knew about the problem. But
Like
it might be
11
too late.
years
too late.
ago.
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late now. Is what I'm saying.
Even
Like, you should have done
leave
it
the
when it
hospital
happened.
and come back the next day is too late. You know what I mean? They just fucking close
Yeah.
that case. So my wife actually. So flip side of that, my wife actually had to go to an emergency room for an experience, and more or less like they were like, "We'll give you some painkillers," and she's like what? And they're like, "Oh, we'll give you. I think it was morphine. Yeah, it was morphine." And she was like, "No, thank you." And they're like, "Well, no, it's okay. We'll just give you some morphine. It's for the pain." She's like, "No, I don't want morphine. It's narcotic." And they're like, "Do you have a history with narcotics?" She's like, "No, I just don't want you to give me a narcotic. Give me some ibuprofen or something. I'll deal with the pain. I just don't want fucking morphine." And so they like argued with her, but eventually she's like, "No." And so like, "Okay, fine, no." Then like flash forward 10-15 minutes, nurse comes down and pulls out of like where they have it like in their aprons or whatever, because it's the emergency room. It's different than like when you're in other places. Pulls out the fucking needle and is going to. And I'm like, "I'm sorry, what's that?" And they're like, "Oh, it's the morphine that was ordered." And we're like, "I'm pretty sure she said no morphine." My wife looked at her and she's like, "Are you fucking stupid? I said I do not want." So whatever. She puts it back into her apron. Doesn't get the morphine. Flash forward a few weeks, we get the bill from the hospital. We got charged for morphine, so I had to then call them up and like scream at them and get it removed from the bill, because like she straight up said the entire time, "I don't want narcotics. Do not give me that shit. Like I don't want one trip to the hospital to be the thing that has me fucking addicted to shit for the rest of my life. Thank you very much." So it became this huge hassle. It's like, what the fuck? No, I don't know. It's just funny. It's the flip side of that story where you're like, "I need them. They took a fucking organ out," and they're like, "Oh, no."
Yeah, it took them
It's
finding
because
out that
they
my
thought they
stuffed
put it
tiger
in
was
her already.
wet
That's
with
why.
medicine that was supposed to be in my body.
Oh.
And like cleaning it and being like, "Oh, that's coming back out of there." I still have like a scar from the fucked up shit.
Oh, well, so I've never had to have a catheter before, and I won't lie. Like, I hope I die without ever like if I die like young, just quick, just like nope, too late. Let's not even try it. Let's fucking end it. Like I know, like, oh, 3 bullets to the head. There's no saving him.
They're not so bad.
No, listen, I'm scared of needles because the idea of something penetrating and leaving behind the idea of something fucking stuck inside. Like when I watch like Kill Bill and I see her like pull it out, or any movie you see, or like a zombie movie, your mom's like, I can't do it. I can't like there's like eat the person, eat the person. That's fine.
Yeah, it's Monstro.
Rare kitty.
He doesn't hang out.
It's like almost like Rarity because it's white too.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time I get shots, I always like look the other way. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to see it. And then I like want them to cover it if I have to keep one in my arm. I don't want to see, because like looking at it makes your brain think about it. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
definitely.
Oh, that's funny. All right, so anyways, we said
For real break.
BRB
Little
is
story
bathroom
time.
break. Bathroom break.
Bye.
Be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final bit, and that bit will be final. I do want to say something really quickly before
But
we...
your bits will not be final. You can keep giving bits all night long.
Plug. So I do want to say something before we
Plug
get
that
back
jar
to...
up with bits. I don't know if there's a jar, but I'm assuming there is.
I do want to say one thing about the before we jump right back into the actual story.
Doxy, you said wee wee.
Doxy had shared with us a picture from her Facebook page that somebody had done for her, which is awesome. But I don't have a Facebook account, and Facebook is a pain in the ass because if you don't have an account, they don't let you see most of the page. So I couldn't see the picture, so I have to like right click, inspect, then go through the fucking HTML to find the actual root image, because you also can't usually right click open image on Facebook either because they've put so many layers of bullshit on it. So you have to like go through the dev tools just to find the fucking picture, just to look at it, because they're like, if you're not one of us, you can't be one of us. It's like, fucking Facebook. So
yeah, annoying. You're like, I know how the internet works.
It's annoying. It's annoying. Either way, cool picture. So, let's, you guys have a week to kill, because you're expecting about that much time before he comes to meet with you again to finalize a contract. But it's not like you have nothing to do the whole time that you're here. Because that next day, while you're doing your research, while you're kind of like working on everything you need to, there's a moment where you like kind of get distracted, totally space out, blonde moment, whatever you want to call it, because you feel it again. The strange pull, the strange thing, and then it's gone. And you go back about your day's work, kind of like shake it off, go back about your day's work. It's not until another day, two later, one point in time where you're literally just kind of sitting there and you finally caught up on all your paperwork, you've done everything you need to do. You had your contacts with Colton, all that stuff, everything needs to be taken care of. When you're sitting there, it's not that your character's really one for meditating, but enjoying the quiet, maybe with a mug of coffee in her hands. Crisp winter morning, you know what I mean? Even if it's not winter on the planet, it has that beautiful smell, which is just perfectly complemented by a nice cup of coffee, right? Or tea if you don't like a real drink. And the feeling hits you again, but this time you're almost like ready for it, and you think you might be able to kind of like fall into yourself almost instinctively to capture it. Would you like to try to follow that, Maggie? Find out where it's coming from?
Sure.
In that case, I need you to flip me a light side point.
All right. You just want me to give them all away.
And from here, could you actually roll me a discipline check? It's going to be a 3 difficulty, but part of that light side point, I'm also going to allow you to give yourself an upgrade. I'm also going to give you another blue because you were, as I described beforehand, you were almost waiting for it.
Right.
It's a 3 purple.
All right. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Can't.
You can't follow it to exactly where it is. You're trying to hold on to it. You're trying to stop it from letting go. You're trying to sense exactly what this is or where it is or anything. You don't.
They need to see rolls.
Oh, God damn it. Sorry, this literally Lost in the... Star Wars, the only one where the rolls aren't always visible. Like all the other overlays I ever have, I have them specifically designed with the rolls things there. So I always forget. So anyways, however, with those 3 advantages, you do, however, get an idea of the direction. You don't know where it is, but you know the direction that it is. You get a sense of where you kind of need to get off to. And you have a feeling it's not in the city.
Giggity. Oops, just closed roll 20 on accident. Okay. I feel like I need to leave the planet.
The city.
Okay, the city. All right. We still have more time before we have to meet with whatever's face is.
Days.
Or her face, Bryn. What? Days?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will ask. I basically will, when I run into Kuka, if Kuka's not in the vicinity that I'm currently in, I will ask her, how do you feel about going on an adventure today?
Luca smile.
It'll be an exploration. I sense something here. Maybe something like me.
Kuka smiles big because the only thing better than Eris is 2 Erises.
That's great.
Many a person have thought that before, and were painfully mistaken. So you decide to go to Christoph.
2 Erises just sound horrifying to me. Like, that gives me anxiety.
You guys go to Christoph, and oh god, you go to Christoph. That's 4 head tails. What? So you go to Christoph. Let him know. He just says, of course, and gets the ships fired up, and it's like, where are we heading? And you're like, that direction.
Planetary fun. I just kind of like point a direction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a destination.
And so he specifically asks, what's the destination?
I'm not sure. I just know we need to go this way.
I imagine he'll be working the scanners anyways, and doesn't think too much of it, and takes off, starts flying in that direction. You don't know what you're looking for, as you said beforehand. You have no fucking clue what you're looking for. You don't even.
This
have
is
that
what
feeling
5th
right
grade
now.
Maggie thought traveling would be like
Huh.
in 2000s. I found a thing that was like, what you think like the 2000s will be like when I was like in 5th grade, which, at that time it was like way in advance. I thought we'd be in like the Jetson houses. I drew those, and I thought our cars would be like spaceships floating,
the
and they
worst.
could go planetary or space.
Flying ships is literally like people that want flying cars don't understand how horrible that is. Like look at how many tens of thousands of people die a year in car accidents when you're driving on a street. Now put them in space and say, in air and say, oh, they just fell onto a fucking park full of kindergartners because they were drunk driving at 6 a.m. You know what I mean? Like
I don't know about that. Look at, but if you want to
loud as
see air
shit.
traffic
They're
and how
super
crazy it
loud.
looks, look at air traffic and just look at the lines for it. It's insane.
But anyways, boring company. Well, I'll put our money into that individual. He's been sporadic lately. So you
Oh yeah, automated. I mean, we already have automated cars to some extent.
I mean, yeah, we'll see. Somebody's like, oh, I don't feel like changing. I got enough gas to get to work, right? Oh, there you go. It's like I don't want Amazon fucking flying drones either. Fucking Amazon drones.
Sorry, my cat was like licking something.
Crashes into my yard.
What are you licking?
No thanks.
He wasn't licking anything. He was rubbing his face on my light. Like the the stand for the light. It just sounded like licking.
But so you guys are traveling in that direction, trying to find where it is you're going, but unfortunately you have no idea of where it is you're trying to get to. Do me a favor, roll for me average perception check as you're running the scanners.
Okay. Average is 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I will remove these upgrades. And we will do a perception. 1 success and 1 strain. I will take the strain.
One of the things that you notice as you're traveling along is that occasionally dotted in the area, though nothing like calls to you or anything like that, there's little old buildings that you come to find. With the 1 success, no advantages. You don't learn any details of it. But they're like sporadically dotted about. But more importantly, they're very similar in size and shape. Overall size and shape to one another. There's more or less two different types that you find that over and over and over again as you make your way through there.
We're gonna see Rara. I know, we find Rara, the other group can't find Rara. Yeah, I guess we. So I just see like something interesting down there, or does it just look like is it something where like I think we should go down that direction?
There are a whole bunch of buildings. They seem to be old and abandoned. So maybe that piques your interest in the idea that they're old and abandoned. But there's many of them, not one in particular, one that's jumping out at you. So nothing like that pulls you down.
Could we move closer to them and like kind of hover near them, or maybe not hover, but fly around above them?
Unfortunately, because of like the way the fauna works here, the flora works here, the big crystals and how dangerous they can be, you can't get too terribly close. He's already kind of staying a bit closer to the ground after you made the first request because of the scanning. He's already staying a bit closer to the ground.
Okay.
But nothing.
So if we want to explore that area, we'd have to do it on foot.
Yeah, more or less. You'd have to find a place.
Yeah, I'll be like, there, maybe land us, and we'll take a wander.
Mm-hmm. So you choose one that you just kind of like. I'm sick of driving past all these. Pick that one right there. Let's go to that one. Mm-hmm. And you start having the ship landed to get there. He lands the ship safe enough, far enough away from the building. You don't have to worry about any of the crystals blowing up the ship or anything like that. So we're not going to make a roll for him. But he does land the ship, no problem. And the two of you get out, and he stays by it in case you need something. The two of you get out and start going to explore in the area. You pull up a map from the scans that you had done and where it was that you had landed, and plot yourself a trek based off of what you'd picked up along the way that you think is the easiest path to get there. And the two of you start trying to make your way through the woods. It's an easy survival check from here to get there. Either one of you can roll this one. I don't know who would be better at it.
My survival is 2. I have nothing trained in survival.
Mine is also 2.
And it's 2 because we're both cunning, so.
Then we'll have Kuka roll. So
you roll it. Yeah, I was just going to say, Kuka, you roll, because I've done a lot of stuff.
Average or easy or hard or?
Easy.
All right.
That's what she said.
And
she fails! Like everything else. Oh, I was just joking.
Don't say that.
Oh.
Oh, you could have inspired me.
Can I inspire you?
Did you not get?
You can assist and give her a blue die. Yeah, you can definitely aid and give a blue die.
Oh yeah, I can assist you, but I'm not an inspiring rhetoric type of person.
Okay.
Hold on. Before you do that, would you be intentionally also walking along, trying to follow this path, or would you be kind of in your own thoughts and with whatever this thing is?
You're right. I think Eris is probably like almost like looks like she's in a trance. Like she's kind of like trying to hone in on like the force, because what she's been doing in the past with Latris probably more so than Urath, because Urath just wants me to murder everything. Is just kind of like trying to pull at it and tug at the force, but we have no points, so I'm unable to use them in order to give me advantage in that. But yeah, that's what she's trying to do. Okay. So it makes sense. I wouldn't be able to give you the blue.
So enough time passes that it kind of gets to a point where you realize, like, fuck, we got off track. The crystals here interfere with your ability to communicate with the ship, and there's definitely not many satellites, if any at all, that are overhead for you to link up to, so you can't really use GPS either. You're kind of lost in the woods. Sorry, I know how horrible this is for you, Doxy. You're kind of lost in the woods, but you honestly believe that you can backtrack to get back to the ship, no problem. The concern here is that it's getting late, and you probably don't want to be out in a planet that you don't really know very well, without some sort of cover, and you kind of get into yourself to a position where you're going to have to make a decision. We have to try again and push forward, and whatever that building is, at least we'll have that for shelter for the night. Or we say, fuck it, and we head our way back to the ship, and we could probably get there before nightfall as well.
I guess I will kind of propose that to Kuka.
Am bored. Am go.
I guess then we will use our last bit of communication with Christopher to let him know that it seems like Seems like our comms are having issues connecting to you. We're going to continue further, but probably stay the night.
Roger. I'll stay parked here.
Yeah. And she kind of, closes communications and she nods at Kuko. They continue walking forward.
Are you going to
Camping, fun.
knowing that
Glamping, we just got mani-pedis.
Yeah.
knowing
I
that
want like fan art of that, like Eris looking all like, regal, and then Kuka's just like feet up,
Yeah.
like, kicking.
With her mouth wide open and
Yeah.
happy and smiling.
But don't you usually have your mask over your mouth, or you would take it off for this?
She has it on like when they're on missions and stuff. If they were having girl time, they were out having some milk together, like both sets of goggles would be up on top of her head instead of like one on and the other set directly on top. Like, I should just draw a little picture of what I think Kuka looks like and give it to you.
Yes, do it.
it'll be a stick
I
figure.
think I will. I'm an okay cartoonist. I'm not good, but I can get the point across.
My daughter makes me draw with chalk outside, which I don't know if you remember how horrible chalk is.
I
Try
love
it.
chalk.
I love chalk too.
on the ground outside. It's not
Yeah.
great. And then I am not like
How else do you play hot scotch?
I can kind of make stick figures sometimes, and I'm actually allergic to chalk. It's literally my only allergy. Is chalk makes me get all
How
like.
can you be allergic to chalk? That's
I've-
crazy.
I found out one time when I was in trouble at school and I was banging out the erasers and woke up in the nurse's office because it like closed up my throat. Like,
Damn,
it's
son.
the only thing I'm allergic to that I know of. So, anyways,
You're a strange one.
I know. It says in my terrible medical records. It says in my medical records every time I go in there. Oh, allergies, chalk. How many times have I gotten comments about that by doctors? Huh, never seen that one before. Like, well, Anyways, so the you understand the gravity of the situation, that you don't really have a lot of time to spare. Does Eris assist this time and offer the blue die, or does she?
Yeah, I mean now she's concentrating on trying to help. So yeah.
Oh boy.
The
Okay.
goal is to like
Before you
find
do that-
trails.
Before you do that, you did kind of come off path, and you don't exactly know where you are in that map, and you don't really have a lot of points of reference. So before we go ahead and increase the difficulty of this check that you're already having a hard time with, you actually can make a computer's check if you'd like, and this is once again it's an easy computer's check to try to have your data pad kind of like update for you the most likely routes to get you back.
We
on
gonna
track.
be lost. I have 2 computers checks, and I'm
She has
just
a
saying
one.
two green. Yeah. All right. So computers checks first, and
Yep,
then
and it's an easy one.
okay. So 1 dice. Let's see how it goes. RNG. Yeah.
You're actually able to
That's what I like
update
to
it.
see.
You're not
Can I give
increasing.
that an advantage to
Yes, you
Kuka?
can. Yes, you
Hell
can.
yeah! You get 2 blue, girl.
Love
Because you do
it.
such a good job with the computer's check, you actually are able to, you believe, get the perfect path in there, and to get you there as opposed to a few most likely roundabout ways.
Thank
I'm
you.
pretty sure that's a good one.
Kuka an upgrade too.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no advantage for the.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, Kuka. So you're gonna be rolling against 1 purple because there was no upgrade to the difficulty. You're going to be rolling against 1 purple. You have 2 blues added on. But why don't we just hold on 1 second. Sorry.
You're gonna use a dark side point.
Is
Yeah, I figured.
Why don't we
somewhat.
just upgrade the difficulty of that check from 1 purple to 1 red?
okay. If I despair, we're fighting.
You're just gonna blow up the buildings. There's nothing in it. Just blow them all up.
Hey.
Hey, that's nice.
No problems. You're able to make your way there.
Ginori.
And more importantly, you can get there before the sun fully sets. You can actually see the building itself.
Nice.
Now, when you come up to the building, it is an old, huge metal husk clearly was militant in its design. You can tell because of how lack of ornate it is, how rigid it is, how plated. There's clearly battle armament plates, like extra plating to withstand blaster shots, heavy blaster shots, and stuff like that. The coloration to it, as you can see again, the light fading. Though I believe Doxy, your character, has an ability to see pretty well at night, either through goggles or
the goggles. Yeah.
Yeah. You're able to see that the coloring of it is almost like a paler orange color, with but though it's very faded, with some red on there as well. Though once again, very faded is the colors of this building, this metal. You guys, this is not an easy one. This is actually a hard check, so this is going to be 3 purple die. You can roll for me either a warfare or a knowledge history check.
Warfare or knowledge history.
I'm seeing if there's anything else that you can use here
Is
instead.
there knowledge history?
There's not. Nope, one of those two. It's sorry, it's lore is history.
Lore, okay. Both of mine are 2 green.
1.
Yeah, and lore, I'm that's my career skill, so it makes sense for me to use lore instead of history or warfare. So, what am I rolling against?
3 hard.
3. All right. We will do the lore check. Ready? Set. Ooh, can Kuga help?
Kuga
Yeah,
can roll
can
too.
Kuka help?
Kuga can roll too.
Oh, we can both roll.
Kuka
Sweet.
and roll too.
Okay, so against you said
3
3
purple.
purple.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, success, baby. I'll take the 3
All
straight.
right, then I'm not gonna do it in case I end up getting.
It's just a lore check. So the despair would be like, you have no freaking clue. Or you remember something wrong.
I just don't want to get strain if I don't have to. Is the thing, but I will try it. I will try it.
You don't
Mine
have
is-
to take strain. You can let me have fun.
Yeah, right. I would rather have the strain.
She's like, I ain't letting you have fun. That's funny.
It was warfare or I'm so sorry.
Or
I can't
lore.
find.
Or lore. Warfare or lore.
Both.
But
at the
he said
bottom.
history, which is confusing because I'm
Yeah,
like,
okay.
what's history?
I
This ain't
feel
no
like
D&D.
warfare is more of Kuka's wheelhouse. Yeah, I'll take the 2 strain. Thank you very much.
All
You
right.
sure? Because I can just.
I'm sure.
So,
What kind of threat could you give her with a lower check?
don't you worry about it, okay? Doesn't matter. She failed. She took some strain. It's all good. So, you actually know what this is. During the wars from before, during the wars before the Empire completely took over and all that stuff, the Clone Wars, the clones didn't just fight against, a bunch of other regular armies. They specifically fought against droid armies. And this big husk of a building here looks like one of the old drop pods to where those old battle droids would come out of. So this actually looks like an old battle droid drop pod from the wars from before. And so as you're approaching, you come to realize that you're like, oh shit, like it's most likely empty, because this kind of a drop pod is usually like another ship would come down and like not quite hit the ground and kind of drop it like a couple of meters onto the ground, and then it immediately start opening up and dropping a bunch of, and the thing would fly off to somewhere safe to go get another pod and drop them off and whatnot. So the
Drop pods are awesome.
so they would but they're not as delicious as Tide Pods. They
I'm having like planet side flashbacks. I'm all about it.
so the as you're standing there outside of it, you're thinking like, oh shit, there could be like fucking battle droids or something like that inside there. This ain't good.
I think that's not good.
Well, it might not be safe.
Yeah. Okay. As I see that, I'm like, be careful. You see that? And I kind of point over to the drop pod. They were used in the old Clone Wars for, well, droids. Not the kind you want to run into.
Kuka just kind of like clutches gun a little closer and points it forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was the building that you were hoping to get into. It's one of the 2 different types of buildings that you had seen flying through the area. So you go and make your way to the building and go make your way in. Doxy, you don't have any penalties because again your goggles give you ignore the black dice. Why don't you roll for me an average difficulty perception check?
Sure.
Maggie, you can roll it as well, but you have 2 black dice on the roll.
Average difficulty, what was that?
Perception, but you have 2 black dice on the roll.
Thanks, exploding dice.
Oh, what's up?
Average difficulty plus 2 black.
Damn.
Average, and I'm perceiving. Probably not perceiving much. Oh.
All right. Hey.
Take some strain, yeah.
Are you guys taking the strain, or are you gonna give me?
Hashtag no fun for Scott.
Doxy's taking a strain.
Oh yeah.
Come on, come on. So as you guys go in there, one of the things that you notice is that there are, in fact, a few. As you go in, like there's a whole bunch of parts of droids all laying about on the ground and everything. There's different parts everywhere. But you kind of like take that in immediately as you go in. You not only do you see that, but Aris, you're also able to see that these parts don't look like they were just kind of like blasted. They look like they were dragged there or brought there, as opposed to just being blasted apart. It must have happened a long time ago. It's not like anything was moved recently. It's not like you see dragging marks in the ground or the soil or anything like that. But what tells you the case is almost like how they're piled and how they're like moved to the side and whatnot, and like almost like groups, as opposed to just being randomly scattered everywhere. And the number of parts in here are all semi-intact, like arm or leg or whatever, as opposed to, once again, just kind of like bits everywhere.
This would be heaven for Tara.
But specifically for you, Kuka, you see off into the corner. There are definitely a few fully intact droids in the corner over there. Not only do you see the few fully intact droids over there, you also see them start to move and pull out blasters and start to come towards the two of you.
I will shoot immediately.
Okay, so you guys have to roll vigilance. Doxy, and remember this is against no dice, so remove all dice from your check.
Okay.
It's on the combat sheet, not the skill sheet, right?
Right.
But Doxy, could you actually do me
Don't
a favor?
forget to select your character.
You get a plus a blue die to your roll because you actually saw them right before it happened.
Wait,
Our
didn't
characters
see-
aren't.
I successed it.
She more successed it.
Oh, okay. Do I just click trig or something? I don't have my character's not on the.
Yeah, Kuka's token isn't here.
Yeah. You can use their. You can use any one of those tokens. Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
We don't have tokens for them because we don't have art for them.
Vigilance.
So, I'll have to make ones.
Yeah. Vigilance, I think.
Vigilance. Yep.
Vigilance.
Vigilance. Oh, 1 second. I have to.
I vigilance the crap out of that. That's not even my best.
So yeah, as soon as she saw them moving, she would say, "Eris!" and she would shoot. Is exactly what would happen.
Okay. And Eris will immediately go to find cover.
1 second, and then.
Yeah, this cheat sheet that Unfunny One posted in our Lost Initiative Show Discord is pretty nifty.
I have to check it out. I
Yeah.
didn't
It actually shows like the stats too, like for the skills as well. So what you can do with advantages with the success and per triomphe.
Definitely pull that up for yourselves so you have it.
Yeah.
I rolled absolute garbage. So you guys get to go before I do. And
Yeah, what
Doxy,
to
you
do with
wanna go
spending
first?
Destiny if you want to spend Destiny.
Doxy?
Hold on, I'm looking at all of my new talents real quick.
So let me
I'm
describe
so
this.
sorry.
So when you walk into the thing while you're thinking, when you walk inside the place and there's there's a big husk that's right there. So you walk into the place, and that big husk makes me eat a lot of ice cream. So I'm getting a sugar rush to get through the last hour because I'm tired. Now I'm gonna be up until 4 in the morning again. So you walk into
Why
the
do you
place.
eat like a whole bucket of ice cream at like 10 p.m., 11 p.m.? You're
because
crazy.
I make terrible life choices.
Also, how are you not wildly obese?
Yeah, how do you not have diabetes?
Pure luck and lots of water.
He eats like a gallon of ice cream.
I know.
It was
literally every time.
It was it was untouched.
It's like
when
weekly gallons of ice cream. I'm just like, how?
And
I would love to be able to consume gallons of ice cream and be
I
okay.
added a banana to it too.
Bananas are good for
almost a banana split. You just need like 3. What you need to do is upgrade your situation where you have like all 3 flavors in the one bin.
Yeah, but you asked me to add pineapple to it, and I don't know.
What? No. Banana splits are strawberry, regular, and choco.
But also hot fudge, whipped cream, pineapple, cherry. You know,
well, you just don't pick those ones.
Just saying. All right. So, anyways, you go into the building, and it's a big empty.
Buy those ones.
It's a big empty husk because
the one with the 3 flavors you want.
There were the
America.
There were the chambers, the arms that kind of like stretched out to place the droids down. But those arms have broken off at some point in time since this thing is put here or been removed and taken elsewhere by people that are kind of like scavenging through the area. So inside here is more or less just a big empty husk. The whole area is not very large at all. As a matter of fact, because you're just walking in, the furthest part of it, like against the back wall, is a medium range from where you are right now. The side walls, because of like the whole thing is a bit oblong, the side walls are only about a short range, and then obviously right immediately in front of you is going to be engaged. There is no long range or extreme. So Doxy, it is your turn. You see droids. You don't see exactly how many yet, but you see droids at medium range in the far wall so far.
All right. I am going to use. All right. Quick strike
first.
Quick strike. Okay.
Because that was narratively like I started shooting right away. So I assumed.
This
but
is like the surprise round.
No, it's not a surprise round, but you just get to go first.
But. Because we just
narratively, she just started shooting.
Okay. I keep forgetting this is like anybody can go with a PC turn.
Yep.
Because I'm the one who got the 3-1. No, go. I was just I forgot. This is me bad. This is the problem when you play like too many systems at once.
All right, I'm gonna use Quick Strike, which means I get to add a blue die per rank of Quick Strike to combat checks against targets that have not acted yet this encounter. So. I will do this thing.
Do the thing.
She's doing it. She ain't gonna do it. She's doing it.
I'm doing it. All right. So I'm just gonna aim for. I'm gonna look to see if any of them are aimed at Eris, and if any of them are, that's the one I'm gonna shoot at.
Honestly, they're too far. It's too dark to really get much more of a read other than open fire and kill them all.
Okay.
So, what are you firing for a weapon, just to be sure? Because it's been a long time since gun has been fired.
Gun. It's a disruptor rifle. I'm also going to
have auto fire.
By the way,
you don't have auto fire. Okay.
What's that mean?
You don't have the ability to spend to upgrade the difficulty of the attack roll and spend 2 advantages to increase the number of times you can fire with the thing.
Yeah. No.
It's not. If it's not listed, then you don't have it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm also gonna give myself another blue die because I'm not moving. I'm just shooting. So I took aim. Okay. So that'll be 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 damage. And then also
holy fuck.
I'm gonna use if Maggie wants me to targeted blow to spend a destiny point to add damage equal to my agility. Actually, no, let's wait. Let's wait on that. Never mind. I'm not going to use that.
Holy fuck. That
did she just kill it?
I mean, Doxy's always killing it, if you know what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, girl.
1 second. I just want to check something, make sure.
It feels so good whenever you roll well. You're just like, yeah. I loved playing tarot.
Okay, because their soak is...
Damage characters are fun.
So this is how it plays out. You said how much damage, by the way?
13,
18.
14, 15,
18,
16, 17, 18.
And what, are you taking that 1 strain?
What the heck? Have some fun.
Oh, cool. You get a black die on the next attack roll you make with your gun, because when you had fired it so much, like you had taken so many shots of it, you overheated the barrel.
The black die.
She probably does have the ability to do that. Come to think of it, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, double
But
check
in the
your
meanwhile,
stuff.
18
I'm
points of
looking.
damage, Doxy. So the way that these droids work is they count as minions. So it wasn't one. There are many of them still up and moving inside here. But each one of them don't exactly have a lot of health. So 18 points of damage, 14. You just fired and shot down 4 of them. So just like so it's just like it's not like it's an auto fire, right? You just like quickly see it, you just like and just took out 4 of them, just like instantly dropped as soon as the gun hit. It was an awesome hit there, Doxy. The remaining of that droid that's there, you can easily start critical hitting against them because you've dropped them already. So this is going to be Maggie's turns next.
Ooh, all right. I am going to immediately use like my maneuver, like movement action to like go like behind cover. And then Eris is going to kind of just like concentrate and I'm going to try to use my battle meditation. I don't know why I stuttered there, but yeah, that's what I want to do. So first I'm going to spend a light side point, the only one we have. And then I'm going to roll.
You have range 1, don't you?
Yes, I do have range 1.
So even if Kuka were to get, I think, to short, even as far as medium range, it would still apply. Because I think it's normally short. No, or is it normally engaged? I don't remember. One maneuver range bands are it's engaged, short range, medium range, long range. So it doesn't matter. She's next to you anyway.
I think this would be
I feel like I would be between her and the robots by a bit. I would want there to be some feet between us.
Sure, and she could spend her maneuver to like use you as cover to gain like
I can just keep like using cover and staying close to her. So basically I want to stay within range of her but try to get cover if I can, and if I can't, then of course I will deal with that situation.
Oh yeah, you can you can back up a little bit to the mouth of the place and kind of like, you know, if a blast shot happens at you, kind of like duck behind the doorway and get back out. This imposes a black die to their attack rolls against you. All right,
okay,
so now it's
I'm gonna roll my battle meditation. And so I have 2 lights to use and 1 dark to use on this. So how this works is I'm just going to paste it in chat so that like chat can just read it for themselves as well. I'm going to basically try to direct my allies in battle. So I'm going to try to help her out. Basically, I'm like looking at the battlefield and kind of trying to help Kuka be like,
she's like, that one, now that
right,
one.
Yeah. Like kind of giving her like the hints about stuff. So automatic success to all checks made. So all checks made in the target presence before. So you are definitely enough because my presence is very large. I could affect more characters than just you. The user used any dark side points, generate light, reduce each target's willpower by 1. No, so I don't use that. I can spend points to increase the range of this. Or
did you get the duration thing or whatever it was?
I can't. I don't have enough. But I have strength. So spend 2 light or dark side points to add 1 additional automatic success. So I can give you 2 successes.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So for this round, you have 2 extra
as long
successes.
as I actually hit, right?
I can do 2 successes.
2 successes.
No, you always have 2 successes.
Okay.
You have 2 successes, and then I will also increase the range using the last dark side point.
Okay.
Sweet.
Because I can spend dark side point, light or dark side point to increase the power. So I'm increasing the range and I'm increasing the strength of it.
Okay. Cool. So you're good, Maggie, Doxy. It's now
and
their
this
turn.
lasts till the end of my next turn.
It's now their turn. They're going to be attacking against you.
By the way, we found out we were doing it wrong last time. So those of you who watched our previous episode, the finale, and are like, why are you doing it differently?
For the duration. Yeah. That was the only thing that was off.
But we learned and we're fixing it.
All right, so because of the fact that you killed as many of them as you did, that actually decreases some of their combative ability. as the battle droids from one of the groups. So the injured group of battle droids is going to just open fire back at you, Doxy.
Mm-hmm.
And you do not have any black dice. You don't have any defense. So they're just going to fire at you and see what happens. You are what, medium range? So it is 2 purple dice. Actually, they're going to move forward some, reducing it from 2 purple dice to 1 purple die.
Hang tight 1 sec, my guy.
Sure. So I want to shoot you. Or we'll shoot you dead.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and perform a dodge.
God damn it.
And that upgrades the difficulty of the check by 1, and I suffer 1 strain.
You mean that purple becomes a red? I hate you.
It might be another purple instead.
No. It become a red if it upgrades the difficulty.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
God, and we were shit talking dodge too. Now I'm happy for it. Shit. All right, how much damage?
So these are blast rifles. Their base is actually 9, so that's 10 points of damage. What's your soak?
4.
So you
6.
take 6 points of damage from the first one. Now the other one, the uninjured group, is gonna fire at you as well. But your dodge lasts for all attacks or 1 attack.
It does not say. When targeted by combat check, may perform a dodge incidental to suffer. So anytime I'm targeted, I guess. So I would have to do it again, which I will.
Okay, take another strain.
Will do.
Okay. This one, so I'll upgrade the difficulty of this one. They do not move up, they hang back. So the injured group is moving up, they're hanging back a little bit further away, and they're firing at you as well. So they're 2 purple and an upgrade. All right, here we go.
Oh no.
Oh yes. First of all, how would you like to spend those threats? I'll give you a moment to think about that. You can impose black dice, whatever it is you'd like to do. First of all,
definitely gonna impose black dice unless there's some way I can use it to heal myself.
No, you're gonna take 6. So. You take 6 more damage.
All right.
As they open fire on you, and they're gonna Doxy. You're taking your first ever critical hit. First ever critical hit a PC has ever taken in this campaign so far, aside from when Maggie fucking killed me.
All right. So do I roll critical?
Do you know how to do that?
I assume I hit the red button that says roll critical.
Yeah. And they don't have any modifiers. Sorry, I didn't know if you knew where that was in your character sheet. You don't have any modifiers, so just make sure those are zeroed out, and then you press, like you said, the big red button. Okay. May only act during last hero initiative slot next turn. That's nothing.
That's terrible.
No. Because
now I don't get the benefits of Eris's fucking thing.
No, it's your next turn. You're good. You're good. Literally, you're good. Right? Eris, how long does that last for? It's literally until her next attack action, right?
Until the end of Eris's next turn.
Oh, that's amazing! Sudden jolt. Eris, you have to go first. You just wasted your light side points. And I didn't flip any darks either. Oh, that makes me so happy.
No, because she's taking her turn right now, so it's going to end on this turn that I have next.
Huh?
So she acted first. So yeah. I gave her the thing. She's acting right now.
You're right.
No. Round 1, Doxy, then Maggie, NPC. Round 2, it has to go Maggie first because of sudden jolt.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's Maggie, it's your turn.
Okay.
And you moved back, just so you know, for the sake of you actually moved back a little bit so that you.
Well, I guess it affects me too because I can give it up to the amount of presence I have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
no, to the end of your turn. So you still get your bonus. Your plus 2.
Well, that is going to be interesting because it kind of changes what I was going to do.
The injured group is medium range from you because you've backed up. The uninjured group is long range from you.
So I don't have anything that I can. Grenades are short, right?
Grenades are short range, or no? I think you can throw a grenade medium range, can't you? No, they are short range. So
The short range.
You'd have to move up and throw the grenade. Sorry, Wade has the ability to throw it further.
Yeah, I guess. Can I get in short range of them?
Yeah, yep. You just move back up to where more or less out from the cover that you had yourself, so you just don't get the defense on this roll. Okay, you're good.
Actually, no. I'll stay where I am. I am going to. No, that just sounds kind of fun though. I have two options. I'm gonna do the fun one. I'll walk up to them. The first thing I'm doing is when I get into. Oh no, it has to be engaged, right? Yeah, never mind. That's not fun. Hold on, I'm gonna double check the wording of this talent.
You're good.
Yeah, it's engaged, so I can't get in engaged range with any of them, right?
Because you had said beforehand you wanted to move back and take cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't you take strain to get there? You could take strain to get there.
Yeah, that's right. You can take 2 strain to move up. It's a double move.
Because I've been taking a lot of strain. Actually, I had 4 strain that was like from a previous day, from like when we were in the bar.
Gone. That's long gone.
Okay. So that does help a little bit. Because that means I'm only at 6.
And it was 4 strain. You are right. I was just thinking in my head.
Yeah. Because I meant to ask you that, but then because I didn't want to interrupt you and Kuka having a conversation. So how many strain would that take for me to get in close range?
You burn 2 strain, you double maneuver, and you would get up to.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it because it's fun. Okay, I'm gonna get in engaged range with them, and I would like to make them all anyone that's in engaged range with me do a fear check.
Oh, okay. They don't really have this. Wait, these are droids. Are they immune to fear? I think droids are immune to fear.
It says when an adversary becomes engaged with the character may force the adversary to make a fear check with a difficulty equal to the character's ranks in fearsome. It does not identify anything about droids.
Droids do not eat, breathe, or drink, can survive in a vacuum or underwater, immune to poisons and toxins, says nothing about fear. I'm rolling my discipline check, Maggie.
I mean, I'll leave that to you, because if I can't do that, then I'm not going to get engaged.
No, you're fine. It's 2 purple, right?
Yes, it's 2 purple.
Rolling right now.
Fail.
Fail with advantage.
Yeah, so I believe, I'm not sure what happens when you're feared. It doesn't say what happens. Let's see.
I'm sure this is like
it hasn't actually ever worked before, guys. So I don't.
Hold on, I
don't
have
know
it here. The rules for fear are. Let me just scroll down to find them. I'm sorry. That's really funny. We never actually had that take effect before.
Well, because it's never worked.
Yeah, so I mean, we never had. Oh, so minimally afraid. Check difficulty. Minorly overmatched in combat. Very afraid. Overmatched in combat. Check difficulty. But what happens? Something reputable to be dangerous. Confronted by a Sith warrior.
Someone actually has a threat about from droid and fear checks.
Sorry.
Okay, someone is mentioning some of the situations whenever droids have run away from characters.
No, it's fine. It doesn't say that they're immune to it, so there's no reason why it wouldn't be. But what are the negative effects of fear beyond reasons?
Ooh, I think I found
fear,
that.
minimally afraid.
Okay, here.
Check difficulty.
Hold on. I am going to put it in chat for you. I don't know if this is going to paste properly or not.
Add a black die to represent the other aspects of the situation, such as surprise or blah, blah, blah. On a failure, the check adds black die to actions during the encounter. So more or less...
You can use discipline or cool. Interesting. So you had a failure plus 1 black die to all actions until the end of the encounter. And then how many... Oh, you just had upgrades.
Yeah, so it's a black die.
Upgrade.
Character can also suffer strain equal to the number of blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. So more or less, they did a black die for all checks for the rest of the encounter. The injured group. Cool. Thank you, Maggie.
Yeah. And then
you can throw a grenade too if you'd like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then I would like to throw the grenade. That was my goal. And this is actually a droid popper grenade.
Oh, and it's at the uninjured group, right? Because you're not going to throw it at the group immediately adjacent to you.
Yeah.
So perfect. You're throwing it at this group up here.
And I got 1 success, which is actually 3 successes.
No! You have to roll a short range.
Yeah.
You have to roll against 1 purple die.
1. Oh, it's only 1 purple. Okay.
Yep, because it's short range.
And
so re-roll.
reroll. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Get a triumph.
We got 1 purple die, and then
I don't think you have anything that gives you a bonus. Oh, don't forget, you get an automatic 2 successes.
yeah, that's what I was saying. It was actually a 3. So this is actually a
Wow. Holy
1.
shit. And that grenade, the droid popper, how much does that do?
It does 8. Or no, yeah, 8.
So that counts as 11 damage?
8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11 damage.
11 ion damage?
And I'll let you take the actually no, I will take the strain because I can.
That's crazy. 11 ion damage? That's awesome.
Yep.
So
this is my droid popper one.
you drop half of the droids in the next group. But more importantly, now that you're actually in there,
It has a
in the
blast of
dark-
6.
So now that you're in there, now that you're actually inside the area and you can see the bad guys with who are there, the group that's still adjacent to you, there's still 2 of those droids up, the ones that you just feared. There's still 2 of them up and firing. And the group that was on the other side, there were a group of 6 of them, but you actually just did that droid proper grenade and you just dropped 3 of them. So there's 3 of them left. Overall, there's still 5 more droids. A group of 2 and a group of 3. Doxy, it's your turn. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but Eris just ran ahead of you and is now standing next to the droids, like amongst a ton of droids.
I have to take aim and shoot. I have to do it.
If you burn 2 strain, you can also move up to be adjacent to her. But
I can't burn 2 strain.
Okay.
Kuka's in a bad way. Actually, yes, I can.
Actually, no. You also don't want to do that because you don't want to be engaged with people when you're firing with a large weapon like you are. It's actually worse. So
then I won't.
You're firing against 1 purple.
Kuka has good enough aim, so 1 purple, I'm for it.
If you're shooting the one immediately adjacent to her, it's 1 purple.
I also
I'm downloading this sheet and I'm going to give it to you guys as well because it is pretty sweet.
Going to utilize precise aim. Once per round, may perform a precise aim maneuver, suffer a number of strain no greater than ranks in precise aim, then reduce target's melee and range defense by that number.
They don't have any defense, if I remember correctly.
They don't have any soak or anything?
They have soak, but that's different from defense.
Really?
Yeah, soak is the ability to reduce damage. Defense is the adding black dice to the attack roll.
Okay, but I let you have the strain that time, and you said that you would have black dice.
My apologies. Yes.
Okay, so I'm taking that away.
Understood.
They don't. Yeah. Okay. So I have to suffer a strain for that, but that's okay. I still have 1 blue die because I'm gonna aim. And let's shoot these guys and hope it does a butt-fuck ton of damage.
Oh!
There it is.
Oh my god.
Suck my dick. I'm sorry, I'm so excited.
I'm sorry, that's 4 critical hits against that droid. I'm going to roll all 4 critical hits against that droid and see what it comes out as, just because for you and everybody else involved, that's fun. That's fun to watch. All right, let's get rid of this. There's already a critical hit on them from a previous combat back when we used to play with Jesse Cox. And do you have any modifier to your crits? Plus 10, plus 20, something like that. What is your modifier?
I have vicious 5. Also, hold tight because I have lethal blows as well.
How many?
Vicious 5 means
3.
50 times 50.
1. Oh, I only have 1 lethal blows right now. So plus 10.
Times 60.
So plus 60.
Plus 60.
And how many crits is that? The triumph is 1, but then your critical is only 2. So 4 critical hits. Jesus Christ, here we go. First critical hit. Well, they died.
Complete absolute death. Perfect. Isn't that what happened to Kyle? Yeah.
Exactly what happened to Kyle.
Oh, just for funsies. Die. Third critical hit. Horrifically wounded. And the 4th critical hit. Bleeding out. All right, so they died twice before bleeding out. Oh God.
All right, awesome. So I would love if you would keep in mind that Kuka is on her deathbed.
Oh,
she's at 12 out of 13 wound, but I want you to narrate it.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, don't you worry. Kuka's perfectly fine. So Kuka is
She's banged the fuck up.
You'll see. It'll be fine. So
Okay.
so Kuka is literally one of those things where Kuka's getting fucking blasted, blaster fire left and right, takes a couple of hits and it fucking hurts. The last time Kuka's been messed up this bad, it's been a long time. You know what I mean? The most action Kuka's seen in a while was, that time that nobody was watching and she was home alone with the kitty. No, I'm just kidding. Was the time that she was running from the officers back on what was that, Coruscant, where she was running from the officers and
that was nowhere near this bad.
Nowhere near this bad. That was literally just kind of like running over through buildings and trying to jump and stay out of dangerous path. Oh god, she's in pain all over. She's thinking about retreating, but then Aris goes running in. Tosses the nastiest of glances at a group of battle droids that just kind of like shy back, like, oh, Roger. I don't want to mess with that one. Roger. And as they're kind of like backing off from her, and she pulls out a grenade, never breaking eye contact with them, as she hurls it sidelong over at the other group, and the droid popper grenade. 3 of the droids drop, another one's kind of like as they continue moving forward. Oh god, she's now amongst 5 of them. Melee, like they could literally just take her down without even trying. She finds that strength and just kills all of them. Headshots. All right, now it's their turns. One of them is dead. The other one is still up, and they're going to have to make their attack roll. Unfortunately, Aris is right there, immediately in front of them, pulling aggro with her whatchamacallits. There's no reason for them to attack Kuka, who's further. So, I'm sorry, Aris. Rest in peace. They're going to attack you.
We all die. Season 1 or season 2, episode 1. We both have to roll new characters.
I'm not nice like Mike. I'll kill you. All right, so here we go. Do I have that here? And they fire with their gun. This actually has the rolls for it. That's funny. All right, ready, set, boom. 2 successes. Maggie, what is your soak?
So, my soak is 3.
So instead of 11, you take 8 points of damage.
Oh god.
That's like wound damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm doing good.
Okay, but you're still positives, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Be positive.
Okay. I'm doing good. No, what you actually see is because what are they using for firing at me?
Blaster rifles.
Yeah, you just see a bunch of blaster rifles hitting her, and she's just kind of like her eye contact isn't leaving them, and she's giving them an evil look. But you see her just like taking a lot.
As you're feeling those bullets, you hear Kuka scream. You hear a sound come out of her that you have not ever heard come from her.
You hear Eris laughing manically. It's kind of horrifying.
You hear the B1 battle droids going, "Do we shoot that one? No, shoot that one. Roger. Like, but what about the other one? It shoots back. This one had the grenade, dummy." And they're firing back at you. All right, that brings us to the PC's turns. Who wants to go first?
Kuka does.
Okay.
Unless Maggie, I feel like I could finish them right now, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm looking at my inventory being like, what do I got?
Yep, I'm gonna aim. And I also... That's it. Wait, no. I'm also going to... Never mind. Yeah, that is it. Sorry. I'm going to aim so I have 1 blue die.
Okay. Let's see. Just remembering your attack against this person. See if there was anything else that applied. Nope. Stun grenade. Maggie threw a stun grenade. She took the grenade. The strain. B1 battle droid. Oh shit! They were supposed to throw a blue die against you too, Maggie. Let's see if I did anything with that blue die. I totally forgot. Because I have to pass that. Sorry. Take it back. Oh, 2 advantage is not enough to do anything with a blaster.
You need 3
rifle.
to do a crit.
Yeah, and there's no other abilities on it, so they're just going to toss themselves another blue die for the future. So just we know about that. All right, Doxy, I don't think there's any penalties or anything, so you're good.
So is it still just 1 purple?
Just still 2 purple because they're medium range for you.
Okay.
Yep, unless you want to suffer 2 strains and move up as well.
My gun is long range though.
Yeah, that just means you can shoot long range or less.
Okay.
Yep. Oh,
doesn't matter. Those
Jesus.
bitches be dead.
Christ.
Jeez. Yeah.
That's okay. You drop them to 0 health, which it means you do
19 damage.
which means you do a critical hit plus 2 more critical hits. So we gotta start rolling crits and see if they're still up or not.
Don't forget my vicious 5 and my
don't
blows 10.
Don't you worry.
Also, chat, don't worry. We're fine.
Okay, well they die after the last initiative slot next round. So not this round. If they survive this round, they can still act next round or die. All right, next second critical hit out of the 3 you just delivered to them in 1 blow. Roll a d10, 1 wounded characteristic. Can you roll me a d10, please?
You didn't roll a black die for those guys whenever they did their damage too.
Oh,
I gave them a black die.
Oh, I thought she offset it. Oh, wait, a black. How did you give them the black one?
Because that's what I used my turn to do, to give them a black die.
That was a while ago you're talking about, right?
I mean, that was my last turn. And then you didn't use a black die on their turn.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure that we're good before we keep going forward.
I mean, if you're giving them the blue die, you should give them the black die.
Yeah. No. Your last turn before they shot you, you spent 1 initiative to move. Oh, I remember what you're talking about.
For the fear.
No, they died. They got killed.
Oh.
She killed them. Yeah. Okay, we're good. All right.
I thought that this was this group.
No. Doxy, can you roll me a d10, please?
Sure.
You permanently lowered. If they survive, they're brawn by 1. Okay, and then the 3rd critical hit against them, dead. Damn it! I was hoping I would be able to shoot you 1 more time.
No, it's a good thing you didn't, because I'm in a rough way and she's in a rough way.
God damn it!
I'm pretty
this close. I was this close.
Are they all dead?
That is, she finishes them off.
Kuka immediately limps up to you. Like,
Eris is just cackling with laughter, and then she takes out of her pack 2 large, it looks like needles, and she just stabs you with one and stabs me with one, and we both get 5 HP back.
That's beautiful. Good. When you do that, though, she it takes her by surprise.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
She scurries, she probably falls backwards and scurries away from you with a needle just sticking out of her ribs.
Imagine you would know what a stim pack is, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you know what a stim pack is.
She doesn't like shots. That's a decided character trait of hers. Is she does not like shots.
So all I'm gonna say about somebody that's scared of needles, they're a fucking pussy. Okay. All right. So, anyways. So you guys finish the combat, but barely. You survive, and you kind of sitting there oh fuck. You take a couple minutes to gather in your surroundings, to take in what it is that you see, and you notice that these are a ton of battle droids that are, now that you're looking at the ones that you just fought, maybe even lighting up a light inside here so you can see a bit better. They are an amalgamation of battle droids. These aren't these were in mint condition and just happened to not get scarred on the battlefield. It looks like, no, they somehow survived with injuries, and somebody had reattached limbs to them, so they're actually still able to function and move about. And there was a solid dozen inside here. A dozen is not a if you have a dozen set somewhere, okay, that could just be rare. What is it? Pure coincidence. But a dozen is also a very easily rounded number for a sleeve of droids set inside one of these things. Almost maybe somebody intentionally had a dozen, or maybe it's a coincidence. You don't know. Either way, looking about the area, you easily find equipment. That's not an issue whatsoever. There's blaster rifles aplenty on the ground. As a matter of fact, when you're kind of looking through the loot, if anybody would like to, either one of you would like to make a warfare or mechanics check, DC is average.
I feel like Eris should do that because Kuka is probably like kicking the shit out of these like dead husks, just like kicking them over and over again. It's just like stupid robot, am stupid, and like really mad that they hurt Eris and like almost killed her.
Eris will be like, now that she's calmed down, and because she just like was manically laughing, so it kind of makes sense that you backed up from her too when she like stabbed you with the needle. It's like she looked horrifying.
That's unsettling. Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably very unsettling. And then she kind of just like, it's like when a barbarian goes into rage and is calming down from rage. It seems like something like that. Like that's what she's doing. And as she slowly like moves around the room, she kind of looks back at you and says, "It's okay, Kuka.
I'm shot, Eris.
I'll be fine. We all will." And
she just stomps one more time really hard and then walks away.
Really wanted to shoot you again.
Yeah, I will roll that check. So it's mechanics, you said? Or what was the other option? Warfare.
Mechanics or warfare, yep.
They're both the same. I will use warfare because that seems more Eris.
Average.
And I fail.
Sorry.
I didn't think it was going to go well anyway.
Wait, could I assist though?
Aren't you kicking the droid and going, stupid robot, am stupid?
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't mind if you assist and give the blue.
I like Doxy's like, yeah.
I don't mind because more or less what it is it's not supposed to be in one moment. It's supposed to be your time there looking stuff over.
Okay, so, then yeah, I would definitely help.
This is what I say to my phone all the time. Stupid smartphone. Stupid.
Go ahead, Doxy. You roll me that blue die.
Oh, okay. Just a blue die?
Just a blue die.
Will do.
Give it to me raw.
Whoa. Hold on. Sorry.
Rolling like Cora
We
up in here.
failed, but we don't have any negatives because we didn't give him like a fail.
Yeah, it's true. So you guys spend your time kind of like looking them over, and you see like there's a bunch of blast rifles and shit like that around. And you, like I said, this is almost like the droids were fixed and put back together here.
Yeah, so Eris is probably like looking around at them, and she's like, someone has been putting this junk together. Let's find who that is.
In the meanwhile, it is late, and this building is a good distance from the next building or back to your ship or whatever it is. So unless you intend to my apologies, my brain's not working. Unless you intend to use the I'm so sorry, my brain is not working right now. Unless you intend to travel in darkness over back to your ship, you're gonna have to spend the night here.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just say in that sentence it was in the morning or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll stay here.
So you spend the night here. However,
don't we roll to see what we get cured?
Yeah.
Also,
you recover at the end of combat and whatnot, and honestly, we can take care of that in a second. But one of the things I do want to say is that overnight, because you're out here, lying where you are, and how the pool is currently set, because I didn't get an opportunity for me to spend more than I wanted to, anyways. Something happens overnight, Maggie.
Mm-hmm.
You have an experience in your sleep.
You're spending all of them?
A dream happens to you in your sleep.
Okay.
And what you dream, what you experience, we'll talk about next session.
Cool. I like it. Also, I just realized I have a biotech pack on me, so I didn't really have to use a stim pack on Kuka.
Oh, well.
I could use that, but I had to do a medicine check.
Oh, it's like people that are afraid of vaccines. Instead of giving their kid a needle, they hand them like a dirty rag, and they're like, "This is the same, right?" So like, you don't get the needle, but you also don't get the healing. So,
wait, what?
Yeah, I was just saying you don't get the healing. Sorry, docs.
What? Why doesn't she get healing?
Who's gonna use the medical kit?
Me.
Are you good at medical?
Well, I can. I mean, like that's why I got it, is so that I can do a medicine check.
What if it turns out like the warfare check?
Let's not. Let's not. Do it. Let's not.
But
do
that
it.
was not a fail. Like nothing failed with it. Like
No,
it just didn't do
I'm
anything.
just busting balls, but that's okay. You totally used a stim pack. You gave her the 5, but now Doxy, let's bring up what you did before we finish up here. Let's actually finish up what that is. You are the way that it heals at the end of combat, piloting, chase, healing. Where are you? I think
Flaming droid effigy.
I think healing is in here. Navigation.
Whoever's here is repairing robots. Who do we know that's a force user? Who?
We never do fights where anybody ever gets damaged, so we never have to worry about healing.
Kuka got good and damaged today.
We've never had to actually roll for healing before. Only time we've done is literally me playing ogre. I stab myself with a stim pack, and I meant never in this campaign, like GD and.
I know. Terra, I've used a patch on, but it just healed me.
You're a droid.
Yeah.
Where's the rules for healing?
I don't know. I feel like that other character I had, the Bothan. I feel like I might have taken damage on her. Maybe not.
So I see the medicine check or whatever to heal people.
Wait, what are you trying to look for?
At the end of a combat, you're supposed to
Recovery?
Recover strain immediately at the end of combat. I'm not seeing the rules for it.
Oh yeah, I have the details for that. So, end of an encounter. Discipline or cool check will recover one success will recover one strain. Natural rest, 1 night heals 1 wound plus all strain. 1 week is resilience check plus versus a severity of critical injury. So if you have a critical injury, on success you remove the injury. We don't have a back to tank, so that doesn't matter. We don't have oil baths.
Okay, so
emergency repair patches for like a droid.
Maggie, you have to roll for the recovering strain at the end of combat. Doxy, you do not, and I'll get to why in a second.
Okay.
So this is going to be, what did you say? It was
A discipline or a cool check.
Okay, your call, and it's against nothing, against 0 dice. So a simple check, whatever it's called.
Well, you know what I'm going to pick. Discipline.
What? Okay.
So 2 strain.
The advantages do nothing for you?
It doesn't say anything. It just says 1 success equals 1 strain recovery.
Okay. Thank you. Doxy, overnight you automatically heal all of your strain. How much health wounds do you heal overnight?
1 wound.
Okay, you guys.
Oh, shitty.
Yeah, 1 wound and all strain.
However, if you do have a medical pack, you can make a medicine check to actively try. Sorry, I just keep getting burps.
I don't want to waste it, and I definitely don't want to get a despair when she's already at 7 out of 13. You know?
Wait, what are you talking about?
She has to make a medicine check, right?
Yeah.
And how hard of a medicine check does it need to be?
Depends. Are you greater than half, less than half?
Greater than half.
Then it's easy one.
Are you at your wounded threshold?
No.
Okay. So you are greater than half. It would be a 2. It'd be a 2 purple.
Okay. Well, if you want to use it, feel free to use it. But if not, then definitely.
There's a chance that if I do a failure, I give you plus wound. If I have a strain, I give you +1 strain. And if
super your call, I am for not doing it.
Okay, we don't have to do it then.
Okay.
I believe in consent.
Consensual doctoring.
Yeah.
All right. So Maggie,
You want to play doctor? I'm just kidding.
So you don't doctor her. Do you get doctored?
I can't do it on myself. It says says other person.
I meant she doctor you.
I do not want Kuka doctoring
Yeah,
me.
you definitely don't.
Do you have
I do
the same?
not want that.
Do you have the same kit that Ogre has? The one that if you have no ranks, it gives you 1 upgrade.
No, I don't think I do.
Which medical kit do you have?
I have a biotech pack.
Okay, and what does that specifically say it offers?
I will paste it in chat for everybody to see. And it says that I don't have to worry about the I get an additional blue die on all of my attempts, and I don't take the penalty described on page 219, which I think that is the purple die that I would be rolling against.
So Ogre has the military medical pack, which honestly you could easily have that one instead because, you know, you fucking work for Mariari in her military. And it's attempt to heal others using medicine checks without penalty. If user has no ranks in medicine, he or she counts as having 1 rank in medicine when using this med pack. So it actually treats you as having 1 rank or effectively 1 upgrade while using this pack. So Doxy, she would be rolling against you with 1 green and 1 yellow. So there's actually a chance for triumph against 2 purple. So 1 green, 1 yellow against 2 purple. It's up
I'm
to
just
you
gonna
to how you
double
feel about
check
that.
on this page 219.
Sure.
Because what I have,
Mine comes from I think something covenants, devoted covenants DC page. It's book DC page 57. As well.
oh yeah, I don't get. I just do a check that's not against any difficulty die.
I mean, whatever you want to do, honestly.
I mean, I'm down with trying it. It's up to. It's,
Okay.
it's more so up to you. It's up because
I just feel like I
you
just
could get
feel
more
bad
hard-
wasting it, and
I can't use those.
Think about it this way, Doxy. Let's put it like this: if she rolls and she does a good job,
I have no
awesome.
penalty, and I have a blue die
awesome, good for you. Where's the free blue die come from?
from that ability. Look at it from the biotech pack. I don't take. I go.
Oh, grants a blue die on all
medicine
attacks.
check, use it without any penalty, as described,
Yep.
and additionally grants me a blue die on all attempts.
Oh, but so would you prefer that one that gives you the blue die? Or would you prefer the military pack that upgrades a green to a yellow?
Yeah, I would prefer this one because it gets rid of all the penalty.
They both get rid of the penalty. The penalty being doing a medicine check without a pack at all. That's what that means. So if you make a medical check without a pack, there's penalties that are involved. Whereas they both say attempt to heal other medicine using medicine without penalty. That's just like.
Can
more or
you
less
paste
how they
the
get.
description
Mhm.
in the chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then what the name of that item is?
It's called the military med pack.
Military.
It's from the book DC, which is like devoted covenants or something like that is what I think it stands for. And it's page 57. I'll get you the book in 1 second.
Medicine. Yeah, but I like. What if you
Dangerous covenants, page 57. I'm sorry.
If you have points in medicine, then you get. You well, I like wouldn't get that benefit
Correct, but you don't have points in medicine.
right now.
Oh, do you intend to in the future?
That was the thought, because my thought was like she basically doesn't do anything in combat normally. But
Dude,
yeah,
dude,
we'll go with this.
Keep the med kit that's better for you. Whatever one you like.
No.
I was
We'll
just
go with
posing
the-
the option.
We'll go with the medical. Yeah. So this one, yeah. So it'd be an upgrade, right, for me.
It makes it treats it as though you have 1 skill in it when using the pack.
Uh-huh.
Doxy, so think of it this way: if she does well, good job, good for you, Kuka. If she does poorly, then the first time that Quora does a medicine check, it's gonna feel awesome because you know it.
I feel like just do it. Just do it. Just do
Okay,
it.
just do it.
Do it.
All right. If we
So
fail,
I'm laughing at
part of me's
myself.
like, it's gonna be really funny if I fail and you're just like dead in my arms. Okay. Oh,
I wanted to say, hey, I spent a dark side point on that.
that
but
is
never mind.
awesome.
That is awesome.
Okay, so what that actually means is, hold on a second.
So you definitely heal too.
Yeah, hold on. So per every success, recover 1 wound per success,
Awesome.
and for every advantage you get to recover strain.
You're gonna be at full
Or
enemies.
a triumph, heal +1 wound or critical injury.
I have a critical injury. I don't know if that goes away with sleep though.
It does not. That critical injury actually stays with you, and so that next time I critical hit you, I get a +10 on my next critical injury check.
Yeah, I would remove
If you
that.
get another one.
Oh,
All right, we'll heal that then. Okay.
Damn
right,
it!
Nice triumph.
Damn it! I totally wanted to whoop your ass the next day and just be like, well, you're half dead anyways. It's easy to
two,
fucking
and
crit you now.
you heal 2 wound, you heal 1 strain, which doesn't really matter because you get that strain anyway, and then you recover your critical.
Maggie.
Okay.
Maggie, what the fuck?
Dope. But now I'm down
You
to
told me
5 out
have
of 13.
faith. I can heal.
Much more comfortable.
Now I want to make sure that you know this because the person that's not
And
trained
you still
in
have
this,
still have the 5.
the dummy that's not trained in this, it was so successful. The first 5 times Cora rolls, she's gonna fail hard.
Oh,
It's
Dalric,
gonna
the
happen.
reason why my pack was better in some constraints is because it also gave you +5 by default, like a stim pack.
No,
in addition,
it works like a stim pack, yeah.
Internal stim storage grants the user the equivalent of 1 stim pack per scene.
Yeah. So the way that I use this, the way I've used this before is more or less I keep like a well of stim packs on my character, and then if I only use 1 that day, I just don't subtract it off my character sheet. I just go, oh, I got it from here. That's how it happened. You know what I mean? That's kind of like how that one works. But yeah. What was the cost of that military pack? Do you remember?
No.
Oh, it's page 219.
The biotech pack?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
The other one's 400. I'm just curious, but I've seen other things where like the costs don't fucking matter from one book to the next. They just is no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Somebody said don't see the free blue. I mean, we know that there's a free blue.
I don't get a free blue.
No. But I mean, we didn't use that pack.
Yeah, we didn't use that pack.
But anyways, so cool.
I switched to the military pack for all y'all back home.
Yeah. Which is why we get the triumph. So cool. All right. Yeah. Anyways, that was long and convoluted. It was important because we finally learned healing
long and
rules.
Convoluted just for a heal check.
Okay, but it's important because it's important to Cora in the future. So
yeah, that doc that I posted in the Star Wars spoilers is awesome. Like that's how I got all of the information for the fear, the medicine, the recovery. Like it has everything in that. It is a great cheat sheet.
I have an Edge of the Empire reference sheet that I was using before and liked, but honestly, it sucked for healing. So I'm glad that
this one also has like even travel stuff in it.
Yeah,
it has
all that stuff too. I think yours is like what mine is, but like the next step better than.
Yeah, it's
like
so
I
good.
Just have the weaker version of what you have.
Yeah, I put it in there. It even has item quality on it. It's so good. And social stuff.
But, everything. Okay, so anyways, so let's so the reason why I said those points, and the reason why I said Maggie, you do not get to recover all of your strain overnight, is because of the dream that you have. You don't recover overnight strain, but you get your healing. So that's how
and I won't be starting with those 3 light side points.
No, because we'll be re-rolling.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, anyways, thank you guys so much. It was a lot of fun. Seeing the 2 of them kind of go out there. They were supposed to go there, find the bitch and kill her. But instead they were like, actually, my lady, could you find this other bitch and kill her for me so then we can kill you? In the meanwhile, I'm going to go fight some droids.
No, I'm going to have her do one more job for me too.
Well, yeah, because you wanted to do at least those 2 jobs, exactly.
Yeah.
So the second job we call Latris. But
no, the trust.
Mm-hmm. Have to enjoy savor the kill. Mm-hmm. So, all right, awesome. Well, thank you all very much for coming by and hanging out, watching the show. Very much appreciated. Thank you, ladies, for coming by and having fun.
Oh yeah,
that was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good time.
I saw the time that one of my favorite things to do is to have 2-person or 3-person campaigns. Like I
love 2-person campaigns. I'm a huge fan of them.
Mm-hmm.
I even like one-on-one campaigns because it's.
I really want to try a one-on-one campaign sometime.
Have you not gotten to do an episode 0?
Yeah, and I really liked it. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, Maggie was referring to like a session as opposed to a full-blown campaign, I believe.
Okay,
right?
Gotcha.
I was talking about a whole campaign.
Oh, I've done those before, solo campaigns with occasional guests in there, but they've never on camera. I don't even know if I would do that for a full campaign on camera.
I've seen a few. I know Koibu has done a few.
My concern about that is lots of dead air time. You know what I mean?
You constantly have stuff to do.
But anyway, so Doxy and I have talked about this beforehand, and I will totally give you my opinion after we wrap this up. Just on our call afterwards. So
Doxy, I'll do a one-on-one campaign with you.
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Get my popcorn.
Yeah.
All right, it's so funny. I love how in this. Oh, hold on, I'm not presented that way right now. And there. I love how it looks like I'm sitting inside of a bucket right now. So I'm sitting in my bucket right here, all cuddled up and warm in my little warm bucket.
You need to like pull out some popcorn from.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those.
You just have ice cream.
I just grab random shit, you know.
Make it look like you're looking inside of your ship. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's like, let's see. I just get. All right, I'm having too much fun. Doxy, who are you? How can we find you?
Hi, I'm Zero Doxy. I am a disgusting human, and you can follow me at twitch.tv/ZER0 DOXY. Or, since I'm terrible at branding, if you prefer the Twitter thing, you can try twitter.com/ZERO DOXY. I have a fart gun.
I love that.
Maggie.
Hi, I don't have a fart gun, but I could have one if you donate to me to get me
We gotta
one.
get you one. We have to do it.
But you can find me at Margaret Crone and everywhere. On Twitter, I have my schedule posted every Monday, or you can go to margaretcrone.com/schedule because I am on all kinds of channels. I'm not just on one, but I'm in like 7 to 8 campaigns a week, depending on the week. So if you're interested in a variety of things from, I don't know, Star Wars to D&D to My Little Pony or anything like that, come check it out. I'm in all kinds of different stuff, and I basically stream every single day except for Friday, and I upload new gameplay videos every single day over at Margaret Crone Plays. I just put out a video that is about Maple Story 2. It's pretty funny. You should go check it out. I don't know. I was laughing. Ballast is an awesome editor, so thank you, Ballast. And yeah, I think that kind of covers most of it. If you're interested in MMOs, I also have a day job, which is over at NC Soft, where we make a ton of MMOs. And if you're interested in any of those, holla at your girl and play them. They're all free to play.
Do you play them while hollering at the same? Is it one of those like?
Oh yeah, you can do
like,
both at the same time. Unless of course you can't speak.
My girl,
but,
I need a beer.
Yeah,
Hey.
you could text to speech yell at me while you're playing.
Hey Siri, holla at my girl Margaret Crone.
Sorry, I couldn't find holler at my girl Margaret Crown.
Oh,
What did it just call her? I'll fight her.
Margaret Crown. Because she's a princess.
My last name is the worst. Almost everyone spells it wrong. Like no one spells it right.
I still spell it wrong.
Some people pronounce it wrong. Like I'll be on shows and I'll even tell somebody how to say my name and they'll still call me Kron, or like, I don't know.
Yeah, I still spell it wrong every time. It's so annoying. I'm like,
People spell it
God
with a
damn it,
C.
it's been a year and a half, Scott.
I don't have Crohn's disease, okay?
One of my best friends in 7th grade had the last name Crone, so
Oh, that's
I
sweet.
got you, Mags.
What was their first name?
Curtis.
That's an awesome name.
I
Curtis
don't know
Crone.
any
That's
named
such a good name. That's like, even though it's a C and a
It
K.
sounds like a superhero.
It sounds like a superhero name. It's like he had to have
Curtis Crone.
trendy parents. He's a millennial. He should have been named Curtis with a K. Like it
He
should have
was
been.
Curtis with a K.
Oh my God, that's amazing! He is a superhero. No, his middle name. What was that?
That's the worst initials ever, though.
It could be depending
His
on what his
middle
middle
name-
name is.
Was not a K. I don't remember what his middle name was, but we made that joke a lot.
Okay.
Curtis
What if it was
Kevin
an
Crone.
E?
Like
He's
no.
Lord Keck.
Oh,
We're going into conspiracy theories now.
oh.
But yeah, I don't know anybody named that. So I was like, what if it's one of my cousins? Like, that'd be cool.
Sup,
In
guys?
Iowa, though.
What? Oh, yeah, I'm from
Iowa.
Wisconsin, girl.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Maggie,
I always
Yeah.
forget
sperm
that.
travels.
My family's farmers. We
Yo,
have
next time you stop by
and they all
home,
have country
let's
accents. But
House on
northern
the Rock together.
What?
Next time you visit home, let's House on the Rock together.
What does that
Okay.
mean?
You've probably been there.
There's a
100
place called
times.
House on the Rock.
It's amazing, and I love
Yeah,
it every time.
there's a place called that. I actually haven't been there, but I know what it is. I know what you're talking about. I will be in Illinois for Christmas. Not as close, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
That's just as close. Where in Illinois?
Yeah.
Or if you feel comfortable saying.
Near Chicago. People know that I'm from there.
Yeah, you're only 4 hours away from me.
I'm only.
Should hang out.
I
I'm
won't
used
have a
to
car.
driving
So
across
either-
the country.
Yeah, I'm
I
like,
have a
either you-
car and a fucking unhealthy love for you.
Listen, when people tell me, "Oh, hey, I'm gonna be a mass for blah blah blah," I'm like, "Oh, that's wicked awesome." They're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be out by the Berkshires," and I'm like, "Oh, that's not mass." like, no, like, that's like 2 hours Out west. That's not Mass. No, I'm sorry. I'm not visiting you.
You're not a good friend, Delric.
You're like, let's see. You're 8 hours in this state and 7 hours in the next state over away. I could do 15 hours in one day, right? Like,
we drive from Illinois to New York. Well, we used to do this in the summer, and it was like 14 hours or 15 hours, and we would do it. We just take turns driving.
Yeah. Like when I lived in Maine, my D&D crew would drive up.
Love between D&D groups is never unhealthy. I agree.
Well, my D&D crew would drive up. We were playing Mass Effect, one that I designed based off a D10 system back then. But they would drive up to Portland, Maine all the time from Mass or Rhode Island, wherever they lived, to come play. But I literally visited them once. I came home, with the exception of Christmas and Thanksgiving. I came home once the entire year and a half I lived in Portland because I was like, it's a long drive, man. I don't want to drive all the way back to.
I like driving, and I have a cute little smart car, so gas will be nothing. I'm into it, Maggie.
Mike would literally drive up for the beginning of the session and leave at the end of the session, not even spend the night like half the other people did. You know what I mean? Like, he'd just be like, hi guys, here in time. Bye guys. I'm like, I couldn't do that. No.
Yeah. Some people are cool with that. They'll drive 4 hours in the morning and then drive 4 hours back.
I can do it. As long as it's not a million times a week, yeah, I can tototally do that.
Yeah, my boyfriend used to, because we were from Illinois, and then I went to college for my first year in Wisconsin, Eau Claire area, for any of you Wisconsinites. And then he would drive up every weekend, 5 to 6 hours.
Wait,
to come see me.
They call it Wisconsinites, not Wisconians? Wisconians?
Wisconian.
Right?
It's definitely Wisconsinites.
Like maniacs and massholes? Wisconian? No? All right, anyways, so that's what we leave you with.
Way to make it awkward, Scott.
Wisconian makes more sense to me than...
How does Wisconian make more sense? It
Wisconsinite?
sounds so weird.
Why was Michigan? Oh, that's right. That is a thing. Erin's from Michigan. My brother's fiance, who I believe both of you have hung out with before.
I've been on a show with her once.
I know you have.
One episode, I think.
Gotcha.
I definitely haven't. I haven't.
She's on the other Yava Scare game right now.
Okay.
It's a Sunday night one. So anyways,
yeah, cool.
Yeah. So why are we still live? Bye.
I don't know. We enjoy each other's company. That's why.
Yeah, but we don't.
I'm just drawing.
Scott, where can people find you at? That's why you haven't completed the closure that we're all looking for, because people really want to know what you're doing.
You can find me in this bucket. It's very warm. It's comfortable. I like it here. Mike, you can't have it back. Let's see. My name is Delric. You can find me, Delric. So Google that, and you'll find me in all the things I'm doing there. I've been playing a lot of Darkest Dungeon lately.
He's down there somewhere.
I've been playing Darkest Dungeon lately, and I just gotta say, I have been enjoying that.
You took to it so quickly.
Dude, I love that game. I lost literally my first or second run. I lost Ollie, which was funny. I've lost 3 people in total so far.
No. Am I still alive?
Yeah. You got fucked up. Legit, I was fighting one of the bad guys, and you got thrown onto the bad guy's side, and you were already kind of injured, and then you attacked Frank, and Frank was like, "Get out of here, bitch!" And you're like, "Ah, broke my nose. I have 2 health left," and I'm like, "Doxy's gonna die." But then Britt came in, my leper, with this awesome critical hit, and fucked up the person, and then somebody got thrown in a, I don't know. Anyway, so I've loved that game. It's been so much fun.
It's a good game.
It's I don't think I've ever loved a game as quickly and as hard as I love that game.
It's addictive, yeah.
Even Mass Effect, which I've loved so much for so long that I've ran many before Mass Effect 3 came out, I'd already designed 2 different tabletop systems for Mass Effect.
Jeez.
I fucking love that, and I think Darkest Dungeon might be way better. So.
Darkest Dungeon is addicting.
Yeah.
It really is, yeah.
It's probably gonna have a better ending because let's be serious. We're all still bitter about that one.
It doesn't.
It doesn't have a good ending?
It's all you die in the end.
What?
Spoilers.
Like real life? Yeah, I play video games for happily ever after. because I have.
Oh yeah,
for that
have you
in real
played
life.
FTL before?
I have
Scott?
not, but I've watched Avic, I think, play it.
You would love it.
I
You
got
would
to level
absolutely
8
Love it.
my first time ever playing FTL, and people were like losing their shit in pog tramping because I was like so invested in keeping everyone alive. I was like stressing out, losing my shit, and everyone's like, "How are you making it so far?" I'm like, "I don't know. I'm just so stressed out." I'm a resource management person though, so I feel like that kind of game is like my life.
So it's funny actually because like, obviously you're talking about the difficulty and not being able to. So recently, I think it was my most recent stream. Oh no, because I did technically one earlier today. So one before today, yesterday, whatever it was. Last time I streamed Darkest Dungeon, a bunch of people in chat were actually like, "I fucking hate you because RNGesus loves you."
Oh yeah.
Because like I would be like, oh, I have 110% stun and this person has 100% resistance, and I'd still stun them every time. And like I came across the collector and literally whipped that bitch's ass in 2 or 3 rounds, taking 0 damage.
It's the starter luck. It's always like the gambler's first time luck. That's what you're getting right now. The next time you play, like when you take a little break from Darkest Dungeon, you come back. Yeah, that's when it's gonna.
Wait! You tell me the
that's
game
when the
is fucking.
RNGesus strikes back.
The game is sharking me right now.
Yeah.
What are they saying? Like,
Getting sharp.
yes, come play me. I'm
Yes,
easy to
come
defeat."
play. But you'll still keep coming back because it's so good.
Well, because then that comes around to playing games where you're just like, ooh, whip me, daddy. I like this. I mean, everybody likes that.
Not everyone says that. That's what you do, Scott.
I love Xenonauts, which is like the newer
But you
version
hate
of
Dark
old school
Souls.
XCOM. What?
But you hate Dark Souls.
Xenonauts and Dark Souls are different.
I understand. You are saying right now that you like difficult games, and you're like, "Whip me, daddy."
I don't hate Dark Souls. I vehemently enjoy Dark Souls. My only bad experience in Dark Souls so far, though obviously I got some hard salt for a while there. The thing that actually kind of ruined the game for me for like a solid 3 streams in a row because of how long it impacted me was I had a hacker come into the game. Like it was the first time I let somebody like join the game that wasn't just strictly a viewer.
Right.
And a hacker came in and just fucked everything up. And I had this fucking thing on my head for forever, and I was just so mad. But I've only played Dark Souls 1 so far, and I haven't even beaten it yet because it's a very long game.
I played Dark Souls on keyboard and mouse, and people were like, "How are you doing this?" Because that shit, it's literally like someone took their keyboard and they just smashed their face on it, and we're like, "That's gonna be your hotkeys. Good luck, have fun." And you're like, "What the fuck is this shit?" And you can't keybind it. You're just like, "All right, I guess." And I didn't really know what I was doing, so I was like, "Ooh, what should I do?" And everyone's like, "Oh yeah, the naked one for sure. You want to do the naked one?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's funny. Let's do the naked one."
Oh my god, no.
There was one boss fight that took me 2 hours. Because I was just rolling, and then I'd like run in and get 1 hit, and then I'd roll away, and then I get 1 hit, and it was like the longest 2 hours, but I fucking made it. But if I got hit once, I died.
So were you a light build on Dark Souls?
I had nothing. I had a
She
weapon.
did deprived. She did the deprived.
Yeah, I did like the uber hardest mode, and I didn't know. I didn't realize it was like, because I didn't know.
I don't know. I jumped in there. I played. It was fun. And then like apparently Fashion Souls is a thing. I didn't realize was a thing before, and I was like, oh, okay, this is cool.
What you wear is very important.
I like the idea of Dark
Apparently,
Souls.
what you wear is very, very important. It's life or death. We should just make a podcast at this point.
Yeah, seriously. A lot of people have asked like, oh, you should make a tabletop base because I do like off of all these different like pre-existing genres, right? So for Dark Souls, and I'm like, but the problem, like the reason why Dark Souls is so amazing, why it's so iconic, is because like you're the unique character, you're the unique.
That's
undead
why
person,
I
so on and
want
so forth.
you to make me a Dark Souls campaign 1-on-1.
Yeah, but that has to. But again, like 1-on-1 becomes that difficult.
What
Like,
is this toxic?
like why don't you understand what I'm saying? I am pantomiming like it's a silent film in the 20s.
I'm beating my head because I hate it so much that we're not doing a 1-on-1 Dark Souls tabletop.
Well, we were supposed to start the interloper, and that got interloped. So, but so the people very often ask about that one, and the flip side of it being what's the other one there? Where you kill 1 million bad guys all the time, and they're always like, "Go get you!" And there's lots of cash everywhere. and bullets.
Okay.
And like the stupid little boxy robot that's like, meow, I love you now.
Oh, Borderlands?
Oh, Borderlands.
Borderlands. Yeah.
I like how immediately when you talked about the boxy robots, we're all like, Borderlands.
I was like, oh, Borderlands.
I put a lot of hours into Borderlands.
I love Borderlands. Fucking tiny.
Also,
I beat number
we let
one.
multiple people play the little robot or claptrap.
Yep.
Basically, like we were all claptraps, and it was the most obnoxious thing you've ever seen, but also hilarious.
My computer.
And one of them was singing.
Claptrap.
What'd you say, Maggie?
Sorry.
I don't think it was me.
Oh, okay. I heard you say about the computer, but all right. So yeah. No, I played. I tried playing multiplayer. In my opinion, it made the game less fun than playing it single player. Like, I don't know. I just felt like multiplayer was like for that game. But I'm pretty much not a multiplayer person, anyways. I go by my.
You play tabletop RPGs. You are a multiplayer.
Well, so I talk about one of my friends all the time from like back in the day. We just kind of grew apart as the years went. Pat, he used to always say, video games are like masturbation, and tabletop games are like intercourse. You have to have intercourse with other people, but you don't fucking masturbate with other people. That's weird. And that's literally what he would say, because he was so anti multiplayer games. Like,
If you don't
Y'all haven't
masturbate
played some
with
good
other
multiplayer
people,
games.
You are a prude. That's
Yeah,
all.
let me tell
no.
you,
He doesn't mean like.
raiding in like an MMO is one of the most badass things ever.
What's the idea? Is like
Also,
like group
PlanetSide
masturbation with
2
people you've never
and
met before.
PlanetSide, there was the most epic moments I've ever had in any game that I've ever played. PlanetSide is the jam, and we had thousands of people on a battlefield, and it was amazing. And gen holds, when you have like 5 dudes, and then you have like one person in a max bringing you, like running in to bring you gear, while like there's like thousands of people like trying to kill you and shoot you in there while you're doing a gen hold. Freaking awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, I'll play against a computer. Computers are better
Easy mode.
people. Easy mode. I'm fine with that. I'll put it on insane mode though, and then get angry. You know what I mean? I won't lie. When I play like Xenonauts, I'll run 2 games at a time. I'll run
Have you ever played Portal? Like Portal 2?
First Portal, absolutely. Portal 2, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's better
legs
than the
thing,
first one.
Let's play Portal
It's
2
really
together,
good.
Elric. Let's find some time
We
where
should do
you and
it.
I can play Portal 2 together,
I feel
because
like,
that
I feel like
is
she's about to punish me for something.
No. Portal 2 is awesome, and it's hilarious because the Gladys will like talk to you and talk smack about me, but then also talk about you to me and talk smack about you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
she's spicy.
Some water cooler conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, fun. That's funny. I don't think I've ever played number 2 though. I played what was the other game that was often in the package that gave you Portal?
There was like a VR one.
Unreal.
VR Portal.
What was the name of the killing people one? Unreal? No, Unreal is the engine they used, right?
Oh,
Unreal Tournament.
Unreal Tournament.
Tournament.
That's a game.
Unreal
Yeah,
Tournament. Yeah,
that is
yeah.
not Portal.
No. But I thought it always came with the same package. Like you would get, like you'd buy
No,
a
you
The
package.
orange box.
Orange box. Thank you. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm not crazy.
Unreal
I don't think
Tournament
Unreal
is
Tournament
fucking
is-
awesome.
Yeah.
We used to play on like those shitty tiny monitors back in the day in my friend's basement, and it'd be like we're on one and our other friends are on the other, and we have like 1/4 of a screen, and we're all like trying to kill each other. It was ridiculous.
Someone's saying Half-Life is probably what it was. Dude, we used to do, and Mike was a part of this, but less often than, because he used to do different LAN parties. We used to go to my buddy Keith's house, and we would do LAN parties of Halo in the basement. We would put couches back to back and have TVs on opposite. So, like, it was one of those you weren't supposed to turn around and look behind you at their TV, but people obviously always did. And,
Oh yeah.
and it smelled like man in the basement, and, well, I shouldn't say man, it smelled like dirty boy in the basement. And it was pretty gross. But
One time we did a thing where someone was in the base or in the like a group was in the basement and then the other group was in the like living room upstairs, and we had like a tournament and we did like a faux casting. So that was fun.
yeah, but that's when you have like the extra person.
This is OG esports, man.
You,
Me and my friends would do LAN parties. We would play Left 4 Dead and Call of Duty. We would all bring our Xboxes to one house, our TVs, and fucking.
We
and
did PCs. We'd
Right.
everybody
Yeah,
would bring their own
was it
PC and
Diablo?
monitor and everything.
Diablo LAN parties, Warcraft before that WoW garbage, Warcraft LAN parties, StarCraft LAN parties, like all that shit was fun. Like we used to battle net it back in the day like crazy, but like in land. So that was.
Yeah, we did
I don't know.
planet-side LAN parties, and then like EverQuest.
Yeah, EQ.
EverQuest.
Yeah,
So
well,
much better than World of Warcraft.
I do like EQ.
Yeah, I was an
so,
EQ girl,
Same.
but yeah.
you know,
WoW didn't come out until EverQuest 2 came out,
Mhm.
and EverQuest 2 was EQ light in my opinion.
I liked EverQuest 2 better than.
It was better looking. It wasn't as much fun. So in my opinion, but the do you remember fucking PlayStation, original PlayStation, Command and Conquer, the wire,
I love
like
Command and
the
Conquer!
Pokemon fucking Game Boy to Game Boy style
You can play
wire
Command and
between
Conquer on
the two.
PC. It's so good.
I never played Command.
No, but I mean,
Oh,
like
dude,
you
it's
used to
so
be able
good.
to 1v1 your PlayStations together.
And then
Like,
original
oh my God, it
Natural
was so
Selection was really good too.
I don't know what that game is.
It's good. It's fun.
I don't think I've even what is the.
It's similar to Command and Conquer
Oh, okay.
in concept.
Yeah. Anyways, those style of games used to fucking love that shit back in the day. But again, it's like the whole Game Boy wire to one person. So, why are we still live?
We just keep talking.
Okay.
That's what happens when we keep talking.
I had a
Yeah,
We're
we
in charge
tried
of this.
hijacked.
I had a
in charge
whole
of the
thing of
ship.
ice cream.
We're
so
not the pilot. You are. We're like subject. We're like captors on this ship. We can't leave until
the issue of me being the pilot is that I got killed. So
Oh no! Why you do this? So mean.
It's okay. I have a
don't
med
know
pack.
who's steering the ship.
I have a military med pack.
All right.
All right. Well, I can just leave. Watch.
Yeah. No. Oh. All right. Bye, everybody.
Maggie.
Have
Bye,
yourselves a great night.
everyone.
Have a good night. Oh.